a good morning and as a warm welcome to Old Georgians for what is going to be a really electric day of cricket here in the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association. My name is Larry Kwidirai and I'll be calling the match for you today. A big match between Rangers, the host Soga Rangers, and Takashinga. Two teams who have a rivalry that has been tantalizing for so many fans who've been following the games throughout, whether you're looking at the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association, League One, also known as the Vine Cup, as well as in the National Premier League. Just to give you an update, all the other matches are being broadcast on the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association YouTube channel, and so go out there, look for Harare Metro Cricket. But back to this match. First of all, Takashinga, to give you the news from here, Takashinga won the toss, and they are going to have a bowl. That's what's going to do. They decided to have a bowl. That's Captain Roy Kaya coming in. Missed the first match. Also coming in is Tim Samaruma, Tineshe Kamunikame, Privilege Gongera. We've got Ranak Patel, the Chipara. We've got Tony Makoni, Brian Majoka, as well as Gwanzura in their team. Looking at the lineup for the Rangers, they've got Brad Evans, Jaden Shadendorf, and remember Dane Shadendorf is back in the system. He got himself a century in the first match last week. A really brilliant performance from him against the boys from, and so he's a part of the team today. Then you've got Luke Fansale, Brandon James, Alistair Frost. Rivalry. I'm expecting a really good game of cricket here today. Quality sides, and they've already qualified for the National Premier League, so this is not necessarily a free hit in terms of a league is concerned. And so this will be a good day of cricket. I keep insisting on that because I have watched both of these sides against each other and against other teams. They exude in quality. And it looks like Nashe Chipara is going to open. Or is he going to open the bowling? Be one of those weird situations if you were to open the batting. Probably a junior school, not necessarily at this level. Very good setup here. Very well managed and well taken care of setup we have at Old Georgians. If you're close by, or even if you're just within the vicinity of, the area, anyway, Narare, just come through. A lot of refreshments, and it's a very well taken care of ground. So I should expect quite a few runs. I spoke to Roy Kaya earlier. His decision to bowl was informed by the fact that he felt that Rangers are really good at chasing, so he decided to have a punt. And it's not really looking at it as a emphatic endorsement on his size ability to set the pace in terms of batting. But they have stacked up their team from last week. Last week they did not have the likes of Roy Kaya himself, also Timson Karuma and Tanashika Munakamwe, such as the gravity of this match. They lost that match, of course, on day one. And they'll be wanting to turn that around. It'll be important in terms of the title race to do as much. Rangers do tend to have an upper hand historically over Takashinga 1. And both sides differently saying that they intend to give this a go. There's an appeal there, but the umpire is not interested, and quite rightly, that looked like it was going down leg. I'll be giving you updates, of course, of the other matches as and when we'll have something exciting to report from them. So Jaden Shadendorf facing at the moment Jared Basson. It's been a good over so far from Munashe Chipara. Only one run conceded so far. But if you've watched Jaden Shadendorf, he does turn on the afterburners around the third over. And then it gets going. It gets going. It's very difficult. And he's tapped very well to backwards square leg. And that's the first boundary of the match. Just as I was saying that Munashe Chipara had controlled action, he does that. So the first boundary of the match. And that moves the score to 5 without loss, with 2 balls remaining in the over. That's a decent delivery, but that's a really good shot. He's going to have to turn on the afterburners. He does get to that. Only 1 run conceded. Might have been 2 there, you know. But it's just the 1. Munashe Chipara will be hoping to close out the over. 6 off it so far. but what you want to do is make sure that you have your wits about you. There are a lot of balls to play with. Every so often, with the amount of cricket that is played and forms of T20 cricket, many people don't realize how many overs how many overs you have to play with. After this, there's a whole 48 overs that you get to work with. As it pulls out of that one, he didn't feel it was right in the channel for how he wanted to deliver that. Really good delivery there. Doesn't give him any room. Really doesn't give him any room to do anything that that you like to do. You like to expand your the range in which you can hit the ball, but if he's bowling that tight, it gives you very little space. And once again, very responsible batting. I know everybody talks about the big strike rates, but you'll be a person who will be very familiar with this ground and therefore won't be taking too many risks. At the end of that over, a really good over from Trevor Mtsamba, and a really good placement in as far as where he puts his team, because that is a maiden over. The Rangers will have had a look at him now. From then on, probably will now say, look, we've seen enough of you, young man. Now we're going to have a go. So taking a bit of time to load the gun. Manashi Chipara to continue. Again, really good delivery from Manashi Chipara. But as I say, all it takes is a couple of moments from now when the lines and length might not necessarily be consistent. And I think you feel, if you're Jared Basson, who's facing at the moment, that maybe this is the one you attack. And that's gone up, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. This is the one we'll attack. Manashi Chipara has had a tendency to give an opportunity for the bowlers to or the batters to open up their shoulders and dispatch one to the boundary, and that is Jared Basson's first boundary of the match. Happy what the doctor ordered for Brad Evans and his team. It's a really good comeback there. It is Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association, in case you're wondering, the Vine Cup. It's the top tier cup here at Harare. And that's gone up, but is given enough width. And that Nashi Chipara has tended to be a more expensive one. And that is going to be one that just sort of holds into the ground. This has been a really good over for Rangers. I'm going to ask you for more and more of this. And suddenly, as I said, after that maiden over, with these runs conceded, again the run rate goes up to just under 6. So that means you're looking at a projected score of 284. So 17 without loss after 3 overs. Just looking again, setting themselves up. And why wouldn't you? Trevor Mtsamba's back. Had a maiden over in his first outing. Just going to try and continue with this spell. But there might just be a situation where Jared Basson as well as Jaden Shadendorf will we've had a look at you. And now I have more information about you. That maiden over earlier will all have been education. As national team coach Justin Salmons always calls it, learnings. And there it goes. Doesn't quite get to the boundary, but the first run off the bowling of Trevor Mtsamba, Jared Vassar didn't quite get enough meat into that, but pick some runs off him, and that's what you want. You don't really want to be giving him a maiden run again, maiden over again. It's a good day out for cricket, so if you can make your way out here to Old Georgians, just over. Also got a crowd trickling in. That's an opportunity, but just drops short. Might have thought he was in there. Just dropped short, but there will be a run picked up. And that's what you want. You want to get the scoreboard ticking. You don't really want to be having an end that you cannot get any purchase from. I guess the answer to that would be only face him for 10 overs if he's that difficult. It's a length delivery. A really good comeback there. He has tended to keep his lines and lengths really well, Trevor Mtsamba. 2 balls to go in this over. He's only conceded 2 runs. But they're going to have to find a way not to get to give him dot balls. It's too early to talk about dot ball pressure, but this is the period, the power play period, in which you want to make most of your runs, or at least have a good base for pushing on. And that closes out that over. Another really good over from Trevor Mtsamba. Got to maiden off his first over. And the score is just 2 runs off that, and it's 19 without loss. It's a reminder that Takashinga won the toss and opted to have a field. I'm just going to give a shout out to the Zimbabwe Cricket for the Zimbabwe Cricket app. It allows us to follow all cricket that's happening across the country as Munashe Shipara continues. I'm wondering if it was a really good decision to bowl first, yeah, because when I talked to Brad Evans, he said, look, I would have had a bowl first, but it does tend to turn here in the afternoon. That's the caveat to put on it. It does tend to turn in the afternoon, so he's expecting his spinners to have more than a bit of luck a little bit later. And that's a huge hit, massive hit. That is the first maximum of the match. And he's sat up nicely. It was dispatched by Jaden Shadendorf. And I did say a little bit earlier, once it gets going, it'll take a lot to stop him. That was a huge, absolutely humongous hit. And that gets, I think they've just decided Munashe Shipara is that's easiest to target because he's got an inconsistent line and length. It seems he's struggling with that. Good comeback. Also good cricket all around, because could have been tempted to just have a heave-ho once again, because it's really tempting to try and to get another 4 or get another 6 or get a 4 after that, because you feel like you're in the groove. But he's realized that there's a lot of cricket to be played, and it'll be incumbent upon him to stay out there to make sure that his team is in a good position, especially at the end of the power play. That is well played shot. Dug it out and prevented it from going under him to cause him all sorts of trouble. At the end of this over, I'll be giving you updates from the rest of the matches that are taking place in this tournament. All 4 matches are being streamed. The other matches are on the Harare Metro Cricket YouTube channel. Rangers look like they're motoring along, but that's largely due to the inconsistency from Munashe Shipara. And so far conceded 6, 7 from this over. And that's there wasn't a run there. So at the end of the over, it's 26 without loss after 5. Just to give you updates elsewhere, we've got Alex Cricket Club out playing against Takashinga 2 over at Takashinga Cricket Club, and the score is 15 after 1. Takashinga 2 having opted to field after winning the toss. And then we've got Old Hararians against Uhuru that's taking place at Old Hararians. And Old Hararians are 9 without loss, Uhuru having won the toss. And Rangers, that's where we are. Alex Cricket Club 15 for 1 against Takashinga 2. We talked about that. And many people's favorites, Gladiators, 20 without loss after 3 overs, and this is after Rainbow won the toss and elected to have a bowl. It's well fielded there. Not much in that shot. So you almost feel like it comfortably stops that from getting to the boundary or getting past him and getting a run. And that's on the up. I think that's the first aberration we've seen from Trevor Mtamba, but it's only one from it. So just gave it a little bit too much width. Jaden Shannon would have felt that there was an opportunity to get his big levers on that and give it a heave-ho and send it out of the park, but no harm, no foul to either player, to either team. It's really bowled well, has Trevor Mtamba. But as I say that, that's a huge hit. And that's gone all the way to the boundary. That is Trevor Mtamba's the first boundary he's conceded in this bowling spell. And just missed his length by the smallest of margins. And have the quality of Jared Basson will take advantage of that and dispatch that to the deep mid-wicket boundary, get himself a boundary, get himself 4. Good cricket. He looked like he was interested in sending that, but just a slower delivery just means he really couldn't do anything with that. It was really clever delivery because it didn't really change his action. Just a slower delivery troubled them. Again, another clever delivery. Just doesn't give him any pace to work with. And at the end of the 6th over, it's 31 without loss. Nasha Chapada continues. Oh, that's a huge hit. And as I say, they've really been targeting Menashe Chipara. It's going at 8 at the moment. He's in a bit of spot of bother. Out of the 35 runs conceded, he's responsible for 28. One of the captain has missed a trick here. Might pull him out of the firing line. Just for a bit. It doesn't seem as if he's got his eye in. But going with a very spin-heavy bowling attack. So perhaps that's why the reliance on Menashe Chipara. And trying to see out the first 10 overs without too much damage. Look, in the context of things, it's still only 35. And that's dug out. Again, just the timing's just a little bit off. Jaden Shannon currently on 20 of 20, going to run a ball. Jared Basson is on 15 of 17. Both players taking the liking, as I said. They really are enjoying what Menashe Chipara has been serving them. And this doesn't really go anywhere. And just a little resetting, if you want to look at that. I should say, all the runs have come off the bat so far, and no extras conceded. So the captain will be happy for that part. 5.38. So I think it's more of what Trevor Mtsamba has done on the other end than what Menashe Chipara has been doing, because it hasn't really been carnage, but it's generally been comfortable in terms of no chances have really been created. There's a few shouts for LBW going nowhere, but it's been almost chanceless. One might think of a couple of balls that just fell short. You wouldn't call that a chance, would you? If it falls short, there is no chance there. That's the end of the over. A decent over for Rangers. It's 45 without loss. 8 runs off it. And before we got to this over, Trevor Mzaba just conceded 7 runs. That's more than doubles the number of runs he's conceded. Nashi Chipara continues. A decent over in the context of the match with the last one. Yes, conceded a boundary, but came back quite well. It's over. Is what they'll need here. But Rangers will be looking at getting past the 50 mark. That's on the up. But there was no one just wide of cover. And that doesn't quite make it to the boundary. And 2 runs off that. And that's on the out, but I think that's going to make its way to the boundary. Looks like this side, on the onside of the boundary, or on your left if you're watching us, that looks like it's a really good area. The ball does move a little bit faster, as opposed to the offside, where it seemed to get caught up in strained down leg in this instance. Gets you punished. It's a good comeback. And that's on the up, but it doesn't look as if anyone is in that area, so it's gonna fall in a safe zone. And, the runs are beginning to flow now. It was a little bit difficult a little bit earlier because certainly a lot more luck. 50 up, 52 without loss after 8.4 overs. Options here, there are chances here in terms of getting runs, especially from Munashi Chipara, who seems to struggle a bit with his line and length. It's driven on the onside. It's going to make it, doesn't quite make its way to the boundary. Probably just a little bit off in terms of the timing. So that's going to be just the one off it. In terms of that ball, in the end of the 9th over, it's 55 without loss. Trevor Mtsamba back in the attack. He's gone for 15 off his 4 overs. And so, end of this over is going to be the end of a power play. It's a decent power play. They're going at just under 6. And they're close to that 9. That's going to be on the up. There's an opportunity. No, it isn't. No, it is not an opportunity. This can be 56 without 2 balls left in the power play. I'll tell you what, this is a decent power play. As I said before, and that's an opportunity, but no, just wide of him, isn't it? I came on the up, and there was a lot of excitement. That's in the air and doesn't quite get to him. And it does look as if Roy Kaya has got a level of frustration. There must have been a chance there. And that over ends, which is 2 runs off it. The score is a 63 without loss. Desmond Guanzura can continue. The 1 run off his first over, so why not? Decent delivery. More stats, the captain will say. Really a good lens to the lines about him, but to say isn't with the case of Trevor Mutamba. About having a look at him, and then a little bit later, then maybe be able to have a hit. There will be opportunities. Another decent delivery. Let's see what's going to happen here. That is a miss field. They're going to be able to run back for 2. See from Roy Kaitia, very animated. Seem quite pleased with the misfield. A bit of frustration creeping in. A number of deliveries that have made their way. And that just dropped short. There was excitement every time the ball goes on the up field. You hear every fielder shouts, catch. Quite a catch there. Both batters on 33, Jared Bassett on 33 or 35, and Peter Shanagov on 33 or 40. This attempted little dab down, doesn't get past the fielder. Left in the over. It would have been a decent over, just 3 runs off it from Denzel Guanzura. Close it off. And a really good over. Just 3 runs in it. And it's 66 without loss. So, as you can see at the middle there, just to give you a 66 without loss after 13 overs. The players are going to take drinks, it seems like, or is it just a change in gloves for the batters? Hasn't been any indication. But while that happens, after 6.1 overs, Old Georgians are 39 without loss against Uhuru. And then Gladiators 65 without loss after 10.1 against Marumat are in there. Tinashe Kamwe. And that's a huge hit. That's gone all the way for a 6. Just releasing the pressure. A beautiful hit. A lovely way to end the over. So at the end of the 14th over, it is 74 without loss. So after the release of the pressure in the previous over, Gwanzura continues. And there's a chance of a run out. Was there? Not really, but it's going to come turn into over. And some good running and awareness. They will just pinch that extra run. And I think that big 6 that happened, the pressure off a little bit in terms of getting bogged down. Saw the opportunity for a big hit and decided to take it now. Start putting the same type of pressure on Denzel Gwanzura. Really do that. And they might do what they did in the power play, deciding that they're going to have a go at the one bowler. They really targeted Munashe Chipara in the power play. And a bit more conservative against Trevor Mzamba. Still no extra conceded in this 14 and a half overs so far, so really disciplined when it comes to the ability to bowl, but it's the other bit getting smashed all over the park. Let's see. Really good shot, good play. It doesn't quite connect with it as well as he'd have wanted to, because that was, he felt he might have bisected the fielders at mid-wicket. Really good bowling. Quite like this Denzel Gwanzura. What's going to be important is how he ends the over. That's just going to be the key part. Roy Kaya had a good start to his previous over, but ended with that huge 6. And the same man, Jaden Shadendorf, dispatched the 6. Oof. Roy Kaya, will he do the same here? And he does try to, and he finds a vacant mid-wicket area, and that is the boundaries. As I say, it is about how you end the over. And suddenly an over that is only 3 runs in it has gone for 7. So after 15 overs, it is 81 without loss. Roy Kaya coming back, attempted sweep shot, doesn't connect. So, once again, double steps in, doesn't quite get it past the fielder at mid on. Another slow start to the over in terms of the runs. As I said, what happened a little bit earlier. The last 2 overs is what they do with the final ball. And we have target the final ball. There's an attempted run, but gets back. No harm, no foul. 3 overs, 3 balls left in the over. 81 without loss. Brilliant start. Because what this platform does, it opens it up for everyone else who comes afterwards. They will be able to really take advantage of the platform that's been set. And that platform, what it does is it helps the team to put up a really monster score here in their home ground. Jaden Shadendorf facing now just a single that was run there. Last 2 balls. How does he close off? Does Jaden Shadendorf hit another huge one? No, not quite. So not quite the same as what he's done the last 2 overs, in which he's got himself a boundary, and that's going to be 3 runs off that over. At the end of the 16th over, it's 84 without loss, and it's going to be drinks. The umpire, maybe 60 over, no? Umpire hasn't quite called that. So activity where we are down here. Denzel Guanzo comes back. I want to build on what his captain did in the previous over, just conceding 3. He wants to do better for the team. He needs that wicket. The team needs that wicket. And that just goes past the field at cover. It's going to be a single. Denzel Guanzura, probably the find for today, but that's gone up in the air. That an opportunity, is it? Oh, and is dropped it, and it's gone over the boundary. There was a chance there, but Jaden Shadendorf gets himself to a half century. Oh, the fielder in the deep couldn't quite hold on to it. Umpire inquiring whether it's a 4 or a 6. Either way, it will be his half century. Really good performance from Jaden Shadendorf. Started off very slowly. That's going to be indicated as a 6. Where is the conversation still going on? There's a conversation between Denzel Guanzura and that's gonna hurt Takashinga, because there was a chance in the deep. He drops it. You don't really want to be giving chances to 2 very settled batters. And it looks like an opportunity for run out. Not quite. Really good running in between the wickets. Jaden Shadendorf almost caught ball watching that. Oh, just drops short of the keeper. Into the 90s. No wicket has fallen so far. It's been that difficult morning for Takashinga. Remember, they won the toss and opted to field. Rangers captain Brian Evans said he would have done the same. And that's just hurts that much more, because in this over there was that chance. A miss-hit ball dropped on the boundary and went for 6. And that could have been the first wicket of the match, and Denzel Gwanzura, well worth his money for it. Other than that, it's been a chanceless innings from these two, and that's on the up. Has gone all the way once again for a 6. And that's going to take the score to 99 without loss after 17 overs. And as that happens, we're going to take a short break for drinks. How's it? back in action. Players have taken drinks. 99 now lost after 70. Really good start for Rangers. This pair, Jaden Shadid on 59 50. Jared Basson is at 40 52. Some quick updates: 52 for 1 over Old Georgians, who lost their first wicket. The overs against. Just going to give you more updates as we go. It seems. They're going to have to find a wicket from somewhere. 99 without loss. And just one hit away or one run away from a century partnership. It's a precarious position they find themselves in. It's a team that has dominated them quite regularly. And that's on the up. And that's going to go one bounce and find its way to the boundary. And that's the 100 up for Rangers. And a really good performance from this pair. And you can kind of get the feeling from around the 25th over, because they got so many wickets in hand. There've been an opportunity to really have a go here, really stick it to them. And just always target one ball, doesn't Jaden Shadendorf? Always targets the one ball that he sends over. And there's some disappointing fielding there. Let's give you other updates as that the field sets itself up once again. 73 for 3. Alex find themselves after 15.2 overs against Takashinga 2. And Gladiators are 90 without loss after 14.1 overs. As I said, Old Georgians two wickets down, 52 for 2 after 9 overs. And get over here isn't really much in terms of what's bothering the players that are out there. It's very interesting from Uhuru that their 15-year-old Whipster Madidi, someone who's taken both wickets for Uhuru. And so looking at Alex Cricket Club, the wickets against Takashinga 2 have fallen to Daichi Nandoro, as well as a run out and Ernesto Veja. We're going to see a change in bowling. We have spin from both ends. Privileged Chesa, who's come in. He's going to try and break this partnership. We desperately need to. Takashinga. I should be calling it Takashinga 1 because there is Takashinga 2 playing in a different match. So very important to make sure the distinction. Probably like saying Manchester City and Manchester United. Important to call out the difference between the two sides, and that doesn't really go anywhere. In the case, you just having a look at Privileged Chesa, deciding when to have a go. Being very patient in the way they've constructed the innings. A really good one-day innings, and that's gone on the up, and all the way over the top. Jaden Shadendorf decided he had seen enough to punish Privileged Chesa, and it was a really short delivery. It was a give me, and for a man who looks like he's got his eye in, That was a present. Very difficult now, period. But as you say, sometimes in cricket, you get the one wicket, you might get the second and third, but it's just difficult to see at the moment where they're going to get their wickets, Takashinga. And that is just driven on the ground. And no harm, no foul so far. That is he going to find his way to the boundary? Just stops short of the boundary, and they're going to run back for 3. Oh, there's an appeal, but that did not look anything to bother the Rangers. Without loss. There's a score. And, two coaches who know very lot about each other. At the head of both sides. Roy Kaya comes back. And it's going to be critical for them. 115 without loss after 19 overs, I beg your pardon. I haven't really updated it quickly on my end. Jared Basson closing in on his half century. It's just dabbed around it, and that's what you want to see, because everybody talks about the big hits and so forth, but very little credence is given to, or not enough purchase is given to, just running in between the wickets. Nothing bothers a bowler a lot like just those leaking those little runs and they accumulate, and suddenly in an over you've got them 4 runs run in between the wickets just like that, and then the over ends with a huge 6. Suddenly it's 10 runs conceded. So you're a student of the game. That's what you want to encourage young batters to do. It's not always about hitting them big all the time. And just like that, you're getting closer and closer. Is Jared Basson to his half century, running in between the wickets, and at the end of the over it is 121 without losses. 6 runs off that, as I say, just really good running in between the wickets. It's not always about hitting the 4s and the 6s. And Jared Basson is with 48 off 57, just 2 runs away from his half century, while Jaden Shadendorf was 73 off 63. See, they have to find some inspiration from somewhere to Takashinga 1, or else it'll be 2 losses out of 2 in the tournament Still quite a long way to go. This tournament runs until the end of June. And we'll be bringing you all the action live. And if you're on the move and you can't make it to the match, just know we've got you. That's a huge hit. He's really taken a liking to Privileged Chesa here. That's a massive 6. Smashed a 6 towards the same region in the previous over, and Privileged Chesa getting the same treatment for a similar ball, just short, and gives Jaden Shannondorf an opportunity to open up his levers and smash that. 70. He's now on 79 of 65. He's going to have to do something different here. And he doesn't. That's also smashed once again. This is an exhibition of really good hitting. A wonderful hit from Jaden Shannondorf. I don't know if it's a case of his brother getting a century last week and saying, look, this is my turf. I've been here for a lot longer. So he's now just 15 runs away for what would be a well-deserved century, Jaden Shannondorf. That's on the up. And that's gone. Just as I was saying that he was about to get to the 3 figures, Jaden Shannondorf scoops one and is caught at mid wicket, just around the area of mid-on, and has to go for well played 85 of 67 balls. Didn't quite get to the triple figures, but did well for his team and he set them up quite well. But for Privileged Chesa, who'd been getting a lot of punishment from Jaden Shannondorf, you say I've had the last laugh because the burly batter has had to leave the stage. But a well-played 85 of 67, setting his team up, including 6 4s and 7 6s, at a strike rate of 128. A really brilliant innings, but Takashinga won. We've had the breakthrough. And coming in is David Johnson. And he's going to have a go now. He's seen, that's going to be the freedom he's going to have when he comes in, David Johnson. The fact that the stage has been set so well, and having been set so well, that means he can play with a lot more freedom and get his side to a really, really good score here. I say it's still a lot of batting in the shed, just the 1 wicket to 4. And just under over 29 overs to go. So this could be a bloodbath. But as I said, a lot of cricket to play. Just now, Privileged Chesa. Still got a couple of balls to go in his overseas. Still got to keep his wits about him. And nicely flighted delivery. David Johnson facing his first ball. That's just got a little bit of width, and that's the end of the somewhat successful over in terms of wicket taking for Takashinga. Rangers are 133 for 1 after 21 overs. Takashinga won, having won the toss and elected to field. There's a huge 2 sixes hit in that over, 12 runs off it. And then the next ball, tentative, and caught a brilliant catch from Brighton Chipungu. Come on as a sub to get the fielder to collect that catch, to dismiss Jaden Sharendorf. Coming to bowl now is Ronak Patel. The skipper's taken, oh, that's just wide off the fielder. The fielder may have felt that he was still in there. Ronak Patel replacing Roy Kaia. The breakthrough. I want to compliment the work that's been done by Privileged Chesa if he wants his side to get success in this match. Players did very well for Zimbabwe at under 19 level. And just had his debut in first-class cricket, playing for the Mountaineers. Another one will find teammates at Rangers, as I said. Alistair Frost turns out for the Mountaineers. Well fielded off his own bowling. Really good, tight bowling at the moment. And as David Johnson gets off the mark. And that brings Jared Basson onto the strike. He just needs 1 run to get his half century. Really good innings from him. And there you have it. That's the half century for Jared Basson. A really well played 50 or 59 balls. Really has helped set his team up well. And has been a cool head out there. And at the end of the 22nd over, the score is now 137 for 1. Privileged Chesa. Been expensive, but it's been given an opportunity by the captain to continue. He's the only man to take a wicket so far in this match. Probably the thinking that there's a new man out there. The person who's really been punishing him was Jaden Sharendorf, so probably thinking, look, I could have a go here. If he takes 1, maybe he'll take 2. And we'll just cut to points there. And, David Johnson comes off strike, his 3rd run. The man who's on the 50s facing now in Jared Basson, played very well. And just driven to cover. Timison Maruma there. And that's just stabbed to point once again. Might have been tempted to take a second, but And that's cut straight to cover. That's over. Really spared, didn't it? Just the 2 runs off it. One 43 for 1. It's, that's generally what a wicket does, slows the game down. But as I say that, it's a shot that almost made its way to the boundary, but didn't quite. And that's what wickets tend to do. A wicket falls, and suddenly the team that was motoring along doesn't quite go at the same pace. And game's ambling along. Maybe the sort of situation that Takashinga 1 wanted to find themselves in. Just that wicket slow, the run rate is bringing it down, but still quite high, going at 6. But it's just not those big 6s and 4s that Jaden Shadendorf had been sending over. And that's an opportunity. Oh, it just drops short, does it? Must have thought that there's a chance of getting a second wicket. It just drops short. And that means there's a chance that almost was there for a catch in a similar position from which Jaden Shadendorf was removed, but he survives. And 146 for 1. Was driven down. I want the overs to be going along. Previous chess had really come back into this match quite well. The first 2 overs went for 22. The next 2 overs have gone for 7 runs. So at the end of that over, it's 147 for 1. And the halfway stage, just to give you updates from the other centers, Old Georgians 75 for 3. Gladiators are absolutely firing. 134 without loss after 20.3 overs. Alice Cricket Club 112 for 3 after 24 against Takashinga 2. Back here, Ronak Patel continues. He's just conceded 7 runs off his 2 overs. And that's going to be that. This period of spin, 2 things have to happen. I think it's going to be important for Rangers to survive this period. What you don't want is a situation where you lose a clump of wickets at the same time, but at the same time, you need the scoreboard ticker. Yes, you're in a good place so far. 147 for 1 after 25. And if you had said to the head coach, Gary Brent, or the captain, Brad Evans, that's where they'd be after the first 25 overs, that have bitten your hand off. But what you don't want to have is a situation where everything sort of slops. There is an appeal there, but nothing given. Here at Old Georgians. It's going to be a very high run chase that they have to go through there, and there's a really good over once again from Ronak Patel. Just concedes the 2 runs off it. Well, one was a leg bite, but 2 runs came off that over. So 150 for 1 after 26 overs. Really going through his overs very quickly. But as I said, everything can change very, very quickly in that. Yes, they've had the last couple of overs have been managed really well. Keeping this partnership honest. But all it takes is one of these 2 having a go, and suddenly the best laid plans go out the window. 151 for one. And that is the score. And that's been hit over the top. And that just takes the pressure off. As I said before, you want to get runs going. Yes, you've got a good platform, but you want to get the boundary, the odd boundary in there. But I guess another way of looking at it is probably a clever play, a clever tactic, and that you don't really want to get yourself into a situation where you suddenly lose 2 or 3 wickets, and then the rebuild would be a rebuild. At this moment, it's just a consolidation. And that's a really good hit there, over the top. David Johnson has said, "I've seen enough of Privilege Chaser." And it's almost the same deliveries that were getting dispatched for 6 by Jaden Shadendorf a little bit earlier, but not quite getting to the over the boundary, but to the boundary. So really good hitting. And Chaser's going to have a look at his length, because it's the same ones that he was getting punished for earlier. And 2 more balls left in the over. He really needs to get his wits about him at the moment. And that's forced an induced edge. Does it get to the boundary? No, it doesn't. Stopped at just before it gets to the boundary. Almost became a chance there, but no one able to catch that. And very successful over for Rangers. Just 11 runs off it. Really good over. It's got them going once again after a period in which they'd slowed down just that little bit. 161 for one after 27 overs. Ronak Patel continues. He's bowled really well. And it's just the other end where he's opened up quite a bit. Really has been disciplined as Ronak Patel. And just as I say that, that's a misfield on the boundary, and that's gone all the way for a 4. That's going to hurt Ronak Patel. Felt that could have been stopped, but it was going at a rate of knots, so it could be argued that there wasn't really a chance to stop that. getting a bit overcast here. We had rains last night, but wasn't heavy enough to affect any of the matches. Sort of temperatures that players will prefer playing in, especially if you're the fielding side. And that's the end of the over. A very decent one. 5 runs off it. Still good over in the context of Ronak Patel's numbers, because it's 4 overs and it's going at 3.5 overs, or 3.5 runs. Privileged Chester continues. Captain's probably looking at him and thinking he's gotten the 1 wicket, created 2 chances. It's probably more acting as a strike bowler as opposed to someone can hold up a end. You see that in Ronak Patel. He's been stingy with the runs without really bothering the batters in terms of losing a wicket. But 67 for 1 the score is. 68 for 1. And that's a flighted delivery, sort of wideish full toss. Probably lucky not to have been really smashed there. And that is just hit down to long on. Some remonstrations from the fielding side. A couple of fielders not quite happy. I'm not sure what it is there, but they'll figure it out. And that is just smashed into that area once again at deep mid wicket, but doesn't get to the boundary this time. He does tend to give away 1 short delivery per over. In this instance, he wasn't quite punished, Privileged Chester. Looking to the right of your screen, the ball doesn't really get over the boundary. It's in the air, but no chance. There's a lot of excitement around it. Ronak Patel goes quickly through his overs. And that's on the up. And that's going to get one bounce and goes all the way for 4. And that little bit of pressure that had been created in that over suddenly dissipates. Suddenly 7 runs off the over. And the score moves to 180 for 1. Denzel Gwanzura comes back. Denzel Gwanzura went for 26 off his 4 overs. Early overs were very miserly, but then towards the end, Jaden Shadidov took a liking to him and smashed him for 6s. He's pulled out of the firing line and is back now and is having to do something for his team here. 180 for 1. If we go by the general wisdom, and that's gone. That was a soft delivery. He would have been very disappointed with that. Jared Basson in a very good position, 64 for 82. And gives catching practice to the fielder at cover. And Denzel Gwanzura comes back into the attack. And it gets a wicket. The second wicket for Takashinga 1. The score is now 180 for 2. Coming in now is Alistair Frost. He's a player who is very well regarded, good with ball at the bat. Had a decent season for Mountaineers, even though the team had a very difficult one themselves. But he comes in after the departure of Jared Basson off the bowling of Denzel Gwanzura. He's talking about the wisdom. Usually, whatever you have at the 30th over, you double that score. So if you double 180, it's a mammoth score. 360 is what Rangers could set here. Because there are those power play periods, and towards the end, batters tend to have a go. But if you're Rangers, if you put another 120 and you've got 300 on the board, right now, projected score is 297. What you do is create a situation and you almost feel as if the opponent, Takashinga 1, has to go at 6s and 7s from ball 1. That makes it difficult for them. And what happens very often, you get to the end of the first power play and you've only conceded 30, or you've only scored, if you haven't scored 60 in the power play minimum, you probably won't even look at it. You might want to be around the 80 mark because chasing is a lot more difficult. There is that scoreboard pressure. But cricket is a funny old game. We've seen some incredible chases. We've had situations where a single over could change the complexion of the match very suddenly. So, I would say, we've said it multiple times today, a lot of cricket to be played. 19.2 overs left. That is swept, or rather pulled, and that's going to go to the boundary. And Alistair Frost gets off the mark. Really beautiful pull shot. Sat up quite nicely for him. And a player of his caliber will take advantage of that all day. And that just is a good way to come back from that. Just 4 off it and a wicket. And a very successful over in the context of the match for Takashinga 1. And the score is now 184 for 2. Ronak Patel to continue. 5 overs, conceded 21 runs. He's asking for field changes. There's an appeal over there, but it looks like he was the only one interested. The keeper did not go up. And that is just cracked. It doesn't go anywhere. Straight to the fielder. It'll be a shot. And that deserved more than just go straight to the fielder. And that's hit on the up. It fielded on the long off boundary. So that doesn't get to the boundary. Just the 1 run so far. It's over. He's halfway through it. got a really good defensive bowling. Does Ronak Patel. As I say, and well stopped off his own bowling. And attempted a double step, but I think Ronak Patel saw him coming down and changed his length just that little bit, but he's going to get a single. So 2 runs off that over, 186 for 2. Denzel Gwanzura, one of the 2 bowlers to take a wicket, comes back into the attack. And that's it on the up, but no one there. And doesn't quite make it to the long off boundary, but he'll take 2 runs off that. Just a slap shot, short delivery. Just mistimes that ever so slightly. And, you have out there Alistair Frost on 7, facing at the moment. And that's pulled on the up. Similar delivery from earlier. Before he pulled it just a little bit squarer, but it's just hit that deep mid wicket, and this rolls over the boundary. And we'll wait for 4, 192 for 2. Just a few hits away from bringing up the 200 mark with still so many overs to go. Sort of a copy of the previous delivery. I mean the delivery from the previous over that Denzel Gwanzura bowled. The shortest delivery, and Alistair Frost will gobble those up every single day. See, there is an intent in terms of attacking play from Alistair Frost. Every other batter who's come in has sort of taken time to settle. Alistair Frost has given himself permission to have a go, and why wouldn't you? Got so many wickets in the shed. What matters now is runs. What you want to do is bat Takashinga 1 out of the, almost say, bat them into submission. I won't say out of the match, because they do have firepower too. And that's going to be quarter wide, so he has to bowl that again. Would you believe it? That is only the 2nd wide of the match. 3rd wide of the match. So on that front, Takashinga 1 have been very disciplined. It's just the batters from Rangers have been irresistible. Being disciplined, good comeback. So that just can result in the 1, and that's what you want. There'll be aberrations. People bowl wide all the time. Giving updates on the other matches at the end of this over. A good comeback from Denzel Gwanzura after conceding 6 runs off the first 2 balls, but I have to say it's Alistair Frost who's really laid into him. It's just a really good way to finish off the over. We're 94 for 2. 33 overs done. And just to give you updates from elsewhere, Old Georgians 127 for 3 after 21.3 overs. Gladiators have lost 2 wickets, 171 for 2 after 28 overs. They're absolutely flying. And then there's Alice Cricket Club, 139 for 4 after 31.1 overs. It's good to see quite a good crop of the under-19s getting involved in the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association League. As you say, that's a good cover drive, and that just makes its way to the boundary. There was almost teased Tinashe Kamwe, thought he might get to it, but didn't quite. So that goes all the way to the boundary. See quite a good crop of young players across the different teams, quite a few here on both teams as well. And you should want to see also a couple of seniors in there. What that does is knowledge transfer from one generation to the other. The attempted heave-ho doesn't go anywhere, but they will run for a single. So we'll do there. A clever way to go about it, as I keep saying, that singles are runs. So because they've got that boundary early on in the over, first ball, and that's hit on the up to the square leg boundary, but it doesn't, it's just the single. But to say, they got the fourth of first delivery because they've run the next couple of balls as the 200 comes up. They run the next couple of balls and get themselves into a really good position. And suddenly you've picked up 8 runs off the over because of running well in between the wickets. 202 for 2 after 34. Trevor Mzamba comes back. Bowled very well earlier, going for 20 runs off his 5 overs. And just might be open for the same success that we saw in Jezon Gwadzira when he came back off a wicket. Good way to start, but Alistair Frost always on the front foot. Now that was David Johnson facing there, always on the front foot. These two really getting their team going. gone quite nicely. 16 overs left, 203 for 2. It's a nice full delivery. Can't get out of that one. Yeah, that's some good running in between the wickets, but it's been a quiet over so far. 18 runs, around 203 for 2, and 204 for 2 they moved to. $204 for 2 is a score now after 34.4 overs. It's going to be a long afternoon for Takashinga. One ball left in this over, 206 for 2. Oh, that was close. That was close. Could have easily gone wrong there. But at the end of the 35th over is 206 for 2. Roy Gaya brings himself into the attack. The captain is going to be a lot expected of him with the bat a little bit later, but for now he's got to guide his side to restricting Rangers to something of a manageable score. An attempted, that's actually connected well as a sweep shot. Probably was expecting more from that. Proper sweep at it. Oh, he must have thought he was in there, but didn't quite carry. And, goes for one. Just well marshaled that to long on. And at the end of that over, it's 211 for 2. Shot out of David Johnson, and it's got to go. The score is now 212 for 3. Coming in now is a man who got himself a century on his first time out this season last week, Dane Schadendorf. Very talented wicketkeeper batter. Spent some time away in the United Kingdom. He's come back a classy player. Part of the Zimbabwe under-19 team a couple of years ago, a couple of editions ago. He faces Trevor Mzamba, who's taken his first wicket, the third wicket for Takashinga 1. Motoring down. It's easily guided to backward square leg by Dane Schadendorf. First ball, you can see he's got intention. Two batters out there with a lot more attacking flair, but they've gotten a really good platform set for them, especially by the opening partnership. And that's up in the air. Is he in trouble here? And he's gone. Second ball. Forced into another false shot, just like David Johnson before him. And Dane Schadendorf has to go. And Trevor Mzamba gets his second wicket, 2 for 25. And that's the score now. Or rather, that's Trevor Mzamba's return. The score is now 212 for 4. Just going to have a look at the other matches across the city. Old Georgians 154 for 4 in 25.2 overs against Uhuru. Uhuru having won the toss and decided to have a field. Gladiators are 200 for 3 against Rainbow. Rainbow won that toss and decided that they were going to have a field as well, but 202 for 3 after 31.4 overs. And then you've got Alice Cricket Club 153 for 4 against Takashinga 2 over at Takashinga. But a couple of wickets fallen very quickly. Brad Evans, the captain, comes out. And is facing someone who's been menacing since he came back. And a good initial spell. His first spell was really good. But Trevor Mzamba has really shown that he's one to look out for. And it's going to be important for the fortunes of this Takashinga one side, and the end of that over is 213 for 4. A very successful over from Trevor Mzamba. And just 2 runs off the over and 2 wickets. And just what the doctor ordered for Takashinga. 1. Roy Kaia comes in for his 7th over. Brad Evans, a big hitter, coming in at number 6. He's also a big hitter at international level. There's an appeal, a big appeal, but it's more hopeful than it was. It's more hopeful than it was really something to shout about. And sort of find that the captain probably just having a look here. But when he's ready to go, Brad Evans tends to go. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Is there a chance of a catch there? And from the remonstrations, as well as the screaming from some of the players, there was a chance of a catch there.
Good Roy. Good volley, good volley. Ja, roepen daar exactly.
In his bowling, but there's every chance. And that's hit on the up, but it's over the fielder and he can only watch it make its way to the boundary. That was timing more than anything else from Brad Evans. Really good delivery. So it's a really good hit there from Brad Evans. His first boundary and moves to 6 runs off 8. But as I said, he's a guy who can get the score moving very quickly. If he gets going, they'll be comfortably over 300 at the end of the innings. A good comeback from Trevor Msamba. Trevor Mtsamba hoping for another one, but Brad Evans, all he's thinking about is getting as many runs as possible for his side. A side who've dominated Takashinga 1 in recent times, both in the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association League as well as in the National Premier League. That's just driven. Doesn't really go anywhere, but they won't mind that. They've got quite a few runs in the bag, so they won't be too worried. And that's just stopped at mid-wicket. So it prevents it from getting more runs, but they're able to run 2. Rangers, you think you're going to have a go with them, and that's just a flash hit, switch hit. And that has gone to the boundary. Wayward delivery, gave him too much width. First ball, it's really gone to the boundary, carrying on with the kind of deliveries that got himself into trouble in the initial power play, where he was hit for plenty. And I get the feeling that Alistair Frost has got the same sort of aggression that Jaden Shadendorf has got, and probably more of an offside player than a lot of the other bowlers. He's overcooked that, overcompensated, having bowled a bit too widely, given too much width on the offside. Then he does the same on the leg side, but he's punished for that because he's going to have to bowl that ball again. That's a much better delivery. And that's the first legal delivery, or rather second, because the first one went for 4. And for Roy Kaia, the worrying thing is 2 deliveries gone, 6 runs already considered. It's on the up, but there's no one to take the catch. The fielder is in a gully position. And that just went past him. It's driven down. Is he going to come for 2? No, they decide not to. Just going to give you updates from the other matches straight after this over. There are 3 other matches being played, all being streamed. Go to Harare Metro Cricket YouTube channel. Follow your club on the go. Also, the website for the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association, HMCA.live, as that is just absolutely deposited out of the ground. Brad Evans, a huge 6. I did say if he gets going, this score will be comfortably on the right side of 300 for Rangers. It's been a very expensive over so far. 14 runs off it. We still have 1 ball to go. It's a much better delivery, a slower delivery. Don't really do anything with that, but as I said, huge over, absolutely humongous over. And just what Rangers would have wanted. And at the end of that over, it's 239 for 4. Let's just have a look at the other matches. Old Hararians, 171 for 5. Gladiators, 224 for 4. Old Hararians are playing Uhuru Cricket Club. I should have mentioned that. 171 for 5. Uhuru playing their first season in the League One. Gladiators, 224 for 4 against Rainbow. Alex, 179 for 4 against Takashinga 2. It's a good running in between the wickets. A lot of exasperation on the part of Roy Kaia. There are a lot of runs They're on the board already. 241 for 4. So it's into the ground. So just the single off it. Long off just comes out of his position. Darts and stops that. It was in no man's land. Much better delivery from Roy Kaya. Nothing comes off it. Let's go 1 over after this. Very brave to be bowling in the power play. Oh, that's just turned round the corner to deep backward square leg, just the single. Let's say Nasha Chipara, that was going to be the crucial part. One. Returned and conceded 14 off his 6th over. It might be worth giving a punt and saying, look, maybe in the power plays he's struggling a bit. 243 for 4. To 45 for 4. 1 ball left in the over. And that's just comfortably sent over. And just like that, he got himself 7 runs from the over. And the score at the end of the 42nd over is 247 for 4. A fraught period. And it's done very well for his team, Trevor Mzamba. Come back to bowl his final over, and just as he gets over the 50, he's just muscled that over the top, and it's gone for a 6. It is getting a bit much now. 270 for 4. I'm talking about how well Trevor Mzamba had bowled very, but he hadn't met these monster batters. Wanted to heave that over again, but didn't quite get to the pitch of the delivery, so Trevor Mzamba is going to have to get his wits about him here, and that's just been sent over the top once again. This over is turning into absolute carnage because there's 15 runs off it so far, and still 2 balls to go. going to be a very difficult last 5 overs. As I said earlier, Brad Evans keeps going. They'll be comfortably on the other side of 300, looking about 320 at the moment, by my estimation. The app, Zimbabwe Cricket app, available on iOS and as well, or the Apple Store as well as the Google Play Store, free of charge. And that's another really good hit. That is Brad Evans motoring along now. And Trevor Mtsamba getting some punishing. Scores already moved to 283. And he's just a few. If he gets 2 more sixes and a single, he's already at his 50. And that's in the air. It's gone up. Is there a chance here? Yes, there is. Taken. A very entertaining innings from Brad Evans comes to the end. 37 off 28 balls. And while he goes, you feel he's done the damage. Injected pace into the innings. And just forced into another full shot. And all 3 batters will fall into Trevor Mtsamba. Have been just that. Full shots. Top-edged. And caught by the keeper, Ngonizashe Gongera. So at the end of the 45th over is 283 for 5. So joining Alistair Frost in the middle is Brandon James. And there's an interesting call here. Privileged Chesa. Let's come back into the attack. Get some spin here. Privileged Chesa has changed ends. Is he thinking there might be a little bit in it for him? And he's currently on 1 for 47. And that's been a little bit expensive. And that is just smashed to the boundary. But it's well fielded. Privileged Chesa do here. It's going to be important for him not to concede too many. His side is in a precarious position already. 284 for 5. That is a score. is the score at present. Tell you what, this has been good from Privilege Chesa. I was a bit worried when they said they put him out there to bowl. So it's done very well so far. That's on Yap, and he's taken the wicket. That's what they called him in to do. And he's done the job. A really good build-up of pressure there from Privilege Chesa. And he gets his second wicket. And as Brandon James has to go without scoring. And the score is now 84 for 6 after 46 overs. Luke Van Zyl comes in, but he won't be the one facing, because that will be the duty of Alistair Frost, who is on the other side. Munashe Chipara comes back. Interesting choice, because Alistair Frost has taken a liking to him. So this is a brave call. And as I say, brave call, because what's happened, the first ball, he's absolutely muscled it. And has gone for a 6. I did say he's taken a liking to him. A big risk taken. I guess if you're the captain, you're scratching around for bowlers at the moment. Might have been a good shout to have maybe have a for his side. Hustled up again in the air. It has been a very difficult innings. With 3 overs to go. And he's just gone for 18 in that over. Sorry. It's going to be a change of ball there. A nice ball that disappeared over this side screen. Went all the way for a 6. I'm curious to see if they're going to go with privileged chess again. A very good over. Couple of checks to see the status of the ball and to make sure that it's nice and true and is in a similar condition to what they had. The condition of the ball that just disappeared. 6 down for 302. Massive score that. Give me updates of the other matches. And after this over. Privileged chess to carry on. And just tries to negotiate that. I'll tell you what, just looking at a match within a match, Alistair Frost is on 75 of 48. And with the rate that he's going, with the number of balls left, there is still time for him to be able to get to his century. Of course, he's got to face the balls. So he's doing now. What does privileged chess I have for him? He just hits that, but it's going to be fielded on the boundary. But they're able to run for 3, crucially. So he moves to 78. It's a really good delivery there. Doesn't give him anything to work with. So might be worth a shout, maybe giving Denzel Wanzura the next over, maybe even Ronak Patel. Crucially, spin is beginning to look like a little bit difficult to hit. That's hit up in the air. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder. It looked like a really juicy shot there, but he's got to go. And that is Luke Fonseca. Didn't stick around for too long. It's a good catch on the boundary from Nashi Chapada. He's had a difficult one with the bowling, but he won't have There were no worries about dropping that on the boundary. Jason Moritz is the next player in. And is out because of a really good catch on the boundary. Look van Zyl going out. Just 2 runs off 6 balls. And scores 306 for 7. But as long as Privilege Chess has taken 3 wickets, and to think that in his first 2 overs he conceded 22 runs, and has conceded 30 runs in his next 6 overs. So he's really pulled it quite well. And at the end of that over is 306 for 7. I did say I'll give you updates from the other centres. 196 for 6 are Odararians after 34. 197 for 6 Odararians after 34.5 overs against Uhuru. And that's over at Odararians. Then Gladiators against Rainbow. 271 for 5 for Gladiators. And they're playing out at Prince Edward School, Jubilee Field. And then there is Alice Cricket Club at 220 for 5 after 45.1 overs. Far out. 2 overs left. Just looking, keeping an eye out for that Gladiator score. They've got about 9 overs to go. Got exactly 9 overs to go on 271. Projected scores a taste of 330. Still keeping my finger on the pulse. I guess here was 20 for Rangers. Got 2 overs to get 14 runs, but should expect a few more than that if Alistair Frost continues with the form that he's had with the bat in this match. So quick apologies, we just had a drop in connection. So we're back now, but what's been happening, 2 6s and a 4 from Alistair Frost. And he's just really taken Denzel Guanzera to the cleaners. And he's come back here, 1-6, and he's got himself, and he's done it! Alistair Frost gets to his century with an absolutely smashing hit. A well-played 100 coming off just 54 balls. We've been treated to some really brilliant hitting here. And it's just been a marvel to watch. It's really been a marvel to watch. A brilliant innings from Alistair Frost. 154 balls, and he came in, I say, he came in with a lot of intent. He looked locked and loaded, and it's shown why so many people are excited about him, both the ball and the bat. It's been a really exhibition of pinch hitting of the highest order, and a well-deserved century of just 54 balls by Alistair Frost. So the score, end of that over, is 329 for 7. So, privileged chaser. Probably the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 52. So difficult to get away, but almost getting a false shot out of Alistair Frost, who's been hitting everything for 6s. 7 6s and 6 4s, a similar stat to Jaden Shadendorf. Difference is he got to a century. Just attempt to turn that round the corner. Said Manashi Chipara so far, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 52. Trevor Mtsamba 3 for 63, but of course there are 3 balls left of the over. That could change very quickly. A couple of 6s here, and that statistics goes all over the place. Especially with Alistair Frost there facing. He's on 102 off 57. An attempt at a reverse sweep, but that goes nowhere. And vacant land. In hindsight, do you have a leg slip there? No. It's always fun to say after the fact. And that's hit over the top. Is that going to make it? Goes all the way over the top and gets to the boundary. Jason Moritz gets his first boundary in this match, just adding more misery and pain to this Takashinga 1 effort. .336 for 7. 1 ball to go. Good delivery to end proceedings. So 50 overs done. 337 for 7 after 50 overs. An absolutely humongous score. This is after Takashinga won the toss and decided to have a bowl. Alistair Frost ending on 102 not out of 58 balls. Jaden Shadendorf 85 of 67. Jared Basson on 64 of 83. David Johnson 35 of 48. And Brad Evans with that cameo of 37 of 28. In terms of the bowling department, Trevor looking at previous chaser, 3 for 59, 3 for 63 from Trevor Matsamba, and 1 for 61 from Denzel Gwanzura. But there was some really tight bowling. Ronak Patel, the best economy of 4.43 from his 7 overs, and Roy Kaya 4.9, didn't get a wicket, and that's pretty much in as far as that scoring card is concerned. So before we take our quick break, just looking at what else is happening across the city. Old Hararians 222 for 6 after 37 overs against Nguru Cricket Club. Gladiators are 290 for 6 after 43 for 2 overs against Rainbow Cricket Club. And then we've got Alex Cricket Club 228 for 6 after 47.1 overs against Takashinga 2. But the story here is that Takashinga 1 will have to score 338 runs to make sure that they remove the dominance that this Rangers side has over them. My name is Larry Quid, and I'm taking a quick break. Back in about half an hour. It's good afternoon and welcome back to Old Harare, Old Georgians, beg your pardon, where Rangers are taking on Takashinga 1. And Brad Evans opening the bowling as his side have made 337 for 7, courtesy of a magnificent century from Alistair Frost. Tinashe Kamwe and Ngonizashi Gongera opening the batting. 338 from 300 balls. Right, Evans. Some amazing exploits out at the T20 World Cup. He's had a good 37 of 28. Very aggressive innings. My name is Larry Kwiderai, and this is being streamed on the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association Facebook page. And just remember that all 4 matches being played today. The Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association First League. We're in for a good afternoon of cricket. A lot can happen still. Obviously, this is a match that could serve up a lot of surprises or no surprises. All we know is the game of cricket has always got all sorts of surprises for you. It's a call there, a bit of excitement. Probably hits his back more than anything else. Neat over so far from Brad Evans. Takashinga 1. Very tentative in the opening, not least because some really accurate bowling by Brad Evans. That comes the end of the first over, 1 without loss. Very good over for Brad Evans, made it difficult for either Tinashe Kamwe or Ngonizashi Gongera to do anything with it. Look van Sail comes in to have a ball, one of the young bright prospects of the side. International doesn't quite connect with that. If you look at the Rangers innings, they generally targeted inexperienced bowlers. The ploy here. Oh, that is a absolute jaffa that spat off the surface. And it's very uncomfortable for Takashinga Munikamwe. Good running in between the wickets. 2 runs off that. That was a sharp delivery. It looks like I don't know if he attempted to cut that. Fonseca is really looking good right at the beginning. It's another beautiful delivery. Good afternoon now. To get a bit of a crowd coming in now to watch the match. I'll just notice Ronak Patel's mom is here as well. There's a big shout there. But clearly going down leg. Weather it's cooling out a little bit. It was getting a bit hot a little bit earlier. It's getting a bit more comfortable now. Mammoth score 338. Definitely Takashinga was one. People say they can give it a good shout. But they're going to need to have that stepping stone in 20 overs. Rangers are 133. Then they'll have to rely on some of the big hitters they have in Timis and Maruma. To try and take them home, but that is far from now. For now, to deal with the power play. Oh, that is a beautiful delivery. Takashinga Munikamwe all over the place. So after 2 overs, the score is 3 without loss. Brad Evans continues from the end that he chose. He's conceded just the 1 run in his first over. He's definitely got international pedigree about him. Got a very clean action. Again, Takashinga one just getting a little bit of pressure on themselves because it's all very well to say trying to survive this initial period. You actually have to score runs because there are quite a few runs that you have to make up between now and if you're going to get this scoreline. Just surviving out there does not serve any of your needs. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. It spat off the surface. But, the umpires are convening. But that had the devil in it. It was a vicious delivery. And just too much for Ngonezashe Gongera, who has to go. And Breda Evans with a breakthrough for Rangers. And the score is now 3-1 with Ronak Patel coming to the middle. So while that is being set up, just to give you an update on what's been happening across the city. Gladiators 314 for 9 out of 45.5. And Old Ararians 287 for 8. And they're on 45.2 overs against Uhuru. And Alice Cricket Club 260 for 7 from their 50 overs against Takashinga 2. So that's the other action that's taking place. All 4 matches are being streamed. Just go to Harare Metro Cricket on YouTube. All 4 matches will be streamed on match days. Brad Evans to Ronak Patel. Much better, more confident than Ronak Patel. Say in this match with the ball. And a very wily customer with the ball, the spinner. Takashinga, one will need to start getting going here. Said it repeatedly, it's easy to get bogged down. Almost stuck in your ways, but it's difficult to get going if you're facing such brilliant and vicious deliveries as is coming from Brad Evans, who bowls a wicket maiden. So after 3 overs, it is 3-1. Well fielded. Funsale continues in the attack from over the wicket. And a really good first over. Just 2 runs off it. And want to follow the footsteps of his captain and try to get a wicket. 3.1 overs gone. It's 19 balls, still no boundary. Chasing it to score 338, not ideal. A bit up, quickly runs through for a single. It's a Takashinga. Sort of think that much like Rangers did, we're going to have to find a bowler to target. But as it stands, these two opening bowlers proving a little bit difficult to get away, as expected in the case of Brad Evans, but Lufin Sale has acquitted himself well so far. Just like that, it's difficult. Ronak Patel gets off the mark. You really have to get going. 337. The target 338. Oh, that is close. That is close. That's not close enough for the umpire. Probably just going down leg and the factor of height in there. All the action, of course, available on the Zimbabwe Cricket app. Thanks to them for making a repository where all cricket can be available. That is a short delivery, it's sharp. And doesn't really do much if that's going to be leg byes. So, at the end of the fourth over, the score is 6-4, 5-4. Nice delivery once again from Brad Evans. It looks like he can do no wrong there. They've just got to find a solution. Cricket is always about finding solutions. Unfortunately, you're just trying to figure out how Takashinga and Ronak Patel are going to crack the code that is Brad Evans. But at this stage, it's just looking irresistible. And that's just definitely over the top. A sort of switch hit. And it finds its way to the boundary. It's taken 4.3 overs to finally get at least 4 runs off the bat. Takashinga, known as a very aggressive batter, but also a very good red ball season. Was 3 runs short of being the highest run maker. 6 runs short actually to Tafadzwa Tsiga. And Looks like there's a lot more intent from Takashinga at the moment. It's a case of I've seen enough. It's going to be a case of what does Ronak Patel do here? Halfway stage, getting to the halfway stage of the power play. The switch hit by Ronak Patel. Third man confidently dispatched. No, shots like that are the reason why so many people are excited about this talent. This has been about two. First four went through. Actually, a ball before the first four went through. I say it's going to find a way to unlock or to crack the code of what to do with. And that's it. And Ronak Patel's little cameo, if you want to call it that, comes to the end. 5 for 5 of 6 balls. The score is 15 for 2. The captain comes in. And Roy Kahia. 9 runs off that over, but critically, Brad Evans removing Ronak Patel. It's going to be down to Roy Kahia. See what he does. Often a person accumulates runs, but for now, it is Takashinga facing Look for sale. That is, whoa, what a delivery. That did look like it had all sorts of things happening with it. Umpire. And all manner of things happening with that ball. A more cautious approach with a follow-up delivery by Takashinga. With 2 wickets down and just under 4 overs left in the power play, you have to say it's advantage Rangers at the moment. They're looking like they've got their tails up. Now it's just going to be a case of how do they get this done? As it stands, it looks like a lot of work for them. Already required run rate sitting at 7.26. Current run rates 2.73. And he's given opportunity. No, he doesn't. Big decision made whether to try and catch that or stop it from going for four. It's gone with stop it from going for four. So just going to be a single there. Almost found the fielder, almost turned it towards the fielder at fine leg. And Roy Kaia, or rather Tinashe Kamwe, attempting to scamper through for a single. Tries not to, but it looks like there might be a bit of trouble here because I think that's been called a no ball. Look for sale. Stepping over, so this is a free hit. Roy Kaia has got a chance here to do some damage. Oh, well played, well bowled. Good bowling. Could have been something going on. It could have been something, but the Roy Kaia unable to take advantage. It's really hot here. It's going to be a couple of players struggling out there. If you're in the driving seat, the way that Rangers find themselves, the heat won't be too much of a bother. Some really good discipline bowling from young Luke van Sale once again. And at the end of that over, just 2 runs off it, the score is now 17 for 2. Brad Evans bowled a really good one. Tinashe Kamwe walking around trying to gather his thoughts. Might he have done himself a mischief there? Looks like it hit his hand. It looks like he's still feeling that. Tinashe Kamwe. He's still feeling it. Not sure if might need to maybe go have can get checked a bit. And cricketers tend to brave these things out. 6.2 over, 17 for 2, target 388 or 338. Turn round the corner to fine leg. Oh, no, not quite. Doesn't quite get there. Just back of square leg. And there's a call for a change in bat from Roy Kaya. It gives us the opportunity to give you updates from the other centres. Old Hararians 320 for 9 from 48.1 overs. Gladiators made 380 in response. Rainbow are 16 without loss after 2.1 overs. And at Takashinga Cricket Club, that's where you've got Alex on 260. I made 260 for 7. Takashinga to find themselves 4 without loss. All the other matches available on the Harare Metro Cricket YouTube channel. Nice, well pulled. And some level of nonchalance has gone to the boundary. And it's going to need quite a few more of those. Picked Brad Evans up early. And sent him over.
Once again.
Just 2 more balls left in this over. Has pulled once again. Roy Kaya has decided that he's going to have a go here. And that's going to be the first maximum of the afternoon for Takashinga 1. Captain's decided he's not going to die wondering. It's been a somewhat expensive over from Brad Evans, who's now conceded 11 so far. But that sort of same thing was happening in his previous over and ended up getting a wicket off the last ball. Let's see what happens this time. Guided by Roy Kaya. So very good over for Takashinga 1. There's 12 runs off that, and the score is now 29 for 2.
But whenever
Lukvansale continues. There's a shout from Lukvansale, but a little bit too ambitious. Comment, often known for his aggression right from the start, has been very watchful today. Faced 26 deliveries for just 10 runs. Often known for the other way around, where he's got 26 runs off 10 balls. That's I think where Takashinga 1 have to start sorting themselves out. It's not going to be any use to have guys out in the middle and you need to score 100 or 5 overs or whatever the case may be. You have to have a go here. It is 338. The target is still over 300 runs needed. At the end of this over, it's going to be 42 overs left. Not a characteristically line situation. No control in that shot. Leg buys. Tell you what, look for the sale. He's bowled really well here. He's looking really good. Looking really good for his money. He's got 2 more balls in this over. Still to conceded boundary. It's an attempt to sort of he strays down leg side, and that's going to be wide. It's going to be a blot. Perhaps, for a guy who's getting 1.91. Is the extras he concedes. Needs to get a hold on that. And that is well fielded. Very well fielded. Looked like it was going to get its way to the boundary. Just the extras column, I think we might want to have a look at. Pretty harsh if you're dealing with a guy who's getting 1.83. Does he go up the wrong in terms of cricket? Balls tend to get punished more often than they let go, and that's a hit. I was talking about how he hasn't conceded a boundary yet, and at the end of the 8th over, Takashinga goes on one knee and pulls that into deep backward square leg, and away for 4. The score is 37 for 2 after 8 overs. Brad Evans continues. Nice slow ball. Gives Takashinga very little, or rather Roika here, very little to work with. Has just been stopped. Roika pulled Brad Evans for 2 magnificent 4s. Just the one, because the only other 4 that Brad Evans faced was off a beautiful late cut shot by Ronak Patel. As a call, it looks more hopeful than anything else. Roika collapses, and he's going to need. He's in the woes right now, and looking like all sorts of trouble. So while he gets attention, we're going to take a quick break, hoping that he's going to be fine. Well, the good news back here is Roykaya looks like he's fine. Gingerly moving along, but it does look like he'll be able to carry on. Brad Evans continues. 3 more balls left in this over. It's a bit crucial for Roykaya to get that out of his head. He stands in this over. Brad Evans is on his way to getting another maiden over. Very little mobility from Roykaya. Looks like he's still struggling a bit. He's going to scamper through. He's going to get through for a single. Yes, he does. Just an anecdotal now. Prevented a maiden over, but it's just the 1 run off it. It's 38 for 2. The quad rate is now exactly 300 with 246 balls. Coming into the attack now with the Centurion from early on. 802 off. Very entertaining. 58. And Roykaya is going to have to contend with the guy who looks very strong in terms of confidence. And that is a chance. It might have been a bump ball, just checking. No, it wasn't a chance. Well stopped. Okay, must have been eyes deceiving me there. That actually went to the boundary. Roykaya has decided he's having a go here. Much like he did with Brad Evans a little bit earlier. He's decided he's seen enough. And first 2 balls that Alistair Frost has bowled to Roykaya have all disappeared to the boundary. You can see a sense of acceleration at the moment. And that's been swept, pulled once again. And that's another boundary. 3 on the trot from Roykaya. Sunday moved to 24 of 17. It looks like a man who's been reborn after that incident 6 balls ago. That's a beautiful hit, I'll tell you that. What does Alistair Frost do here? With the amount of runs they're playing with, and that one of the previous delivery, the 50 came up, 50 for 2. Roy Kaya goes aerial once again. And that goes for a huge 6. Already 18 runs off the first 4 deliveries. Roy Kaya with a masterclass in hitting, pulling his side back into this particular match. He's searching for a ball there, but we've seen some really pinch hitting here. There's going to have to be a big think about what you do now. Of course, one could say all it takes is for one of those deliveries to find its way into a fielder's hands through a mishit. And if you allow Roy Kaya to keep going at this rate, 4 balls in this over so far. 4, 4, 4, 6. A bit of a delay as they try to find the ball. I wonder if perhaps the lost ball could get them switching off just a bit. Umpire wants to have a look at the ball just to make sure that it's still in good, true condition. Has a quick glance and is satisfied with the ball. There's 2 more balls to go this over. What does Alistair Frost do? And that's hit once again through point and makes its way to the boundary. What an over so far. 4, 4, 4, 6, 4. 60 up. To give you context, at the beginning of this over, they won 38 for 2 and not their own 60. How does Alistair Frost close up the over? Does he get one on Roy Kaya? And Roy Kaya powers, muscles that again. Another maximum. What an over. This has been an exhibition of some serious hitting from the Takashinga 1 captain. 28 runs off that over. And he's moved to 40 of 20. Yes, he's going to get a strike rate of 200. And Takashinga 1, 66 for 2. Target is 337 for 7. That means 272 off 240. So with the end of the power play, we see a second change in terms of the bowlers. And that's Antonio Chiguada. The question is, what does Tinashe Kamuni do? How does he complement the captain? It's currently going at a strike rate of just 51.72. Needs to up it if they're going to do anything. But Antonio Chiguada will feel that he has a say. More pace from the captain. Brad Evans taking himself out of the firing line for now. Just some rearranging of the furniture when it comes to to the fielding side. And it's got him. Takashinga Munikamwe. Where has he got him? There seems to be a bit of a confusion here. What has actually happened? Umpire seemed to put his hand up. No, he hasn't got him. And that's just turned around the back. It's an interesting sequence of events. I must have misread that myself. It did look like the umpire put his hand up, but turns out he didn't. It did look as if the fielders from the home side, Rangers, did not seem too excited about that, so it must have been something else. Anyway, we move on to the match. Takashinga 167 for 2. The target is 338. Good start so far from Antonio Chiguala. Very good start. Just the one run off 3 balls. He's got to face Roy Kaya. Roy Kaya pulls that one. Look at that. That's a beautiful shot. Flat. And goes all the way for a 6. So he's taken on all comers. 46 of 22. Looks like a man who's urgently trying to get as many runs as he can in this innings. 73 for 2, 10.4 overs. 10 balls ago, the score was 38. Nice comeback there from Antonio Chiguala. Current run rate is just under the required run rate, 6.74. As the current run rate required is 6.77. So they pull this back quite nicely. And another shot. It's bisects the field, and there you have it. Gets to his half century. 50 of 23 balls. The captain is standing up for his team, and he does just a gentle wave of the bat. Knows, yes, he's got himself a half century, 50 of 24 balls, but still a lot of work to do. But he's gotten his team back into it, and for the first time, the current run rate has gone ahead of the required run rate. Current run rate is 7, required is 6.69, 77 for 2 after 11. Alistair Frost comes back into the attack, continues the attack, went for quite a bit in his first over, 28 runs. Every ball he bowled in the last over either went for a 6 or a 4, 2 sixes and 4 fours, to be specific. Really good afternoon of cricket here. As I say a little bit earlier, the spinners did bring it back. And it's going to be perhaps the spinners who also bring it back here. And just turn round the corner very quickly from Takashinga Munakame. It brings Roy Kaya onto the strike. Man currently striking at 208.33. And the last time we saw Alistair Frost, we sent him for plenty. Who's going to dominate this time? And that is just it, but it goes straight to the fielder, so it's just going to be the one run. Roy does seem to have quite the liking of Alistair Frost. More aggressive with him than any other bowler. Though he did show some aggression against Brad Evans a little bit earlier. Munakamwe doesn't quite get onto that quickly enough, but it goes straight to the fielder. I feel if it went either side of the fielder, it might have been getting to the boundary. On the you're looking at the pictures now, what is the onside? The ball absolutely flies. On the offside, there seems to be a bit more lush. Again, much better over this time from Alistair Frost. Just 2 runs off it so far, 4 balls gone in the over. So pulling it back. So it reminds me of Privileged Chessa's initial 2 overs going for 22, then his next 7 overs went for 37. So can have the bad over, but can pull it back, and that's just the one. See how he closes out this over. Alistair Frost. Be a big scalp for him if he gets the wicket of Roy Kaya. Was a big scalp for the team, of course. Timson Maruma still to come, and he hits them long. And that's in the air, and he's taken it. Oh no, he's dropped it. It looked like you're taking it for all money. Must be when he settled down. That was the chance. It looked like Roy Kaya. That went through him. It looked like Roy Kaya was all systems out and good night, but he lives to breathe another day. So at the end of that over, it's 81 for 2. Antonio Chiguada continues. Very good over. Yes, he got it, that 6 and that 4, but did show signs of there being a bowler in there. And first ball is a dot ball. You always want to start well. Kaya pulls that one wide, and it flies past the fielder, deep backward square leg. Making the most of the second chance he's been given when he was dropped at the end of the last over. Dispatching that delivery, a short delivery to Roy Kaya from Antonio Chiguada. That goes, even though the fielder just needed to move a few steps, but absolutely flew past him. It looks like he's a man in the mood. Does Roykaya keeping his side in it, setting us up for what could be an exciting chase. He knows he'll have to do a lot more heavy lifting, still only in 56 of 28. Almost doing the job that Alistair Frost did in the Rangers innings, scoring at a huge strike rate, not enough just to be there. He also knows that at the other end, Takashinga is capable of switching or flicking the switch on and then putting on the afterburners. It's a really good delivery. He's come back well after being hit for a 4. So just the 4 that is conceded so far in Ernest Chikwada. Another good delivery. Difficult to dig that one out. No pace and right in the block hole. Giving you updates on the other scores in just a bit at the end of this over. 3 other matches happening across Harare in the same tournament, all streamed thanks to our friends at Bank ABC. Another good delivery, good comeback after he got it for that 4. And at the end of the 13th over, the score is 85 for 2. Looking elsewhere, Old Hararians made 329 or 49.2 overs against Uhuru, and then Gladiators made 318 of 46.2 against Rainbow, who are now 52 for 2. Takashinga 2 are in trouble, 13 for 3 after 9 against Alex, who made 260 for 7. Alistair Frost continues. Much better second over. Unlucky to be dropped. And that just goes wide of the fielder and gets to the boundary. Takashinga deciding that he wants to have a little bit of fun himself. The first ball from Alistair Frost goes for 4. Interesting, Alistair Frost back. Very difficult first over, went for 28. Then 4 in the second over, and 1 ball into the second. He's already conceded a boundary. Alistair Frost bowling to Takashinga. Takashinga. Oh, and that is going to be disappointing once again. Another chance. A second chance. Alistair Frost must be getting a bit upset now. This gone for 6. Close. The afterburners are coming on now. Kamwe was just a few moments ago was going at under 50. Suddenly 75.68 is the strike rate. What must Alistair Frost do? Well played there. They got 11 off the first 2 balls. Some good cricket here, because it's easy to keep thinking I'm going to keep sending them out over and out. As you can see, they have given two or three chances away, which has not been taken. So, well, they're making their runs. So Takashinga know that they are vulnerable. 96 for 2. Just all right now, just 4 runs away from getting to their 100. 2 42 needed from 218 balls. 2 balls left in this over. It's an exciting chase here. Okay, yeah. Missed that square. But as a fielder at point. No, it's a bit different when you really think about it, because he's gone for 11 off his first 3 balls. But he's pulled it back quite well, because this had gone big once again. And your required run rate starts dipping below 6. That becomes difficult. So that's the end of the over. 96 for 2. Roy Kaya still out on 54. And Takashinga on 29. It's time to have a look at Brandon James. Player who, first time I saw him was when he was playing for Bulawayo Athletic Club in the NPL. So made the move over to Rangers. He also represented Tuskers in the first class league, the Logan Cup. Stodgy action, doesn't he? Still doing quite a bit of stretching, as you can see. Not too long. Takashinga. Very little about that delivery. Wanted to dispatch him. It's about 3 fielders deep on the leg side. It's the boundary riders. And then they've got 1 on the offside. 3 balls in. Brandon James yet to concede 1. So pulling it back just a bit. But as I said, we've got 3. Got 1 at long on. Not deep mid wicket. But another fielder at deep back or square leg. And they've also got a fine leg. That goes over the top. But not enough on it. Not enough of it, so just 2 runs off it. We didn't quite time it. But you'll take the 2 runs. When you do every over, you need to get runs on board. Now that's in the air. He's up in the air. And lands safely. And that's going to be a single. Okay, yep, making an inquiry as to where they got to the boundary, but that's just going to be 1. 3 runs from the over that Brandon James. Oh, just 1 more ball to go, I beg your pardon. Defended by Roy Kaya. So at the end of the 15th over, it's 99 for 2. So the players have taken drinks. 99 for 2. This partnership now worth 84 of 61 balls. So they've been moving quite quickly. It's the one run needed to get to 100. But to try and stop that is Jason Lorenz. Crucial as always to the fortunes. Some spin there. Oh, that was a chance. Another chance. Brad Evans will say I stopped it from going for 4, but a player with his skill will say I should have taken that. It's just more tentative from Roy Kaya. Kamwe want him to muscle that. Just dropped it mid-wicket. He's pulled it on the ground. And that's just going to be a single. It's a good start so far. Just denying Roy Kaya the pace he was enjoying a little bit earlier. His partnership, bowling partnership, Jason Merritt and Brandon James could be the difference. I was just going to dab that. It's always this partnership could make a difference. Jason Merritt has gone bowling his 5th ball. And has just conceded 3 runs. Again, really has a chance there, but a good and early call from Roy Kaya means they don't lose the wicket. So just 3 runs from that over. The score is 102 for 2. Brandon James has another go. 103 for 2. And the good thing for the boys Rangers is that they could learn from what happened with Takashinga 1. And that's just hit over the top. And just over gully, and it's gone for a forward. I was just saying, they could learn a lot from what happened. There were long periods in which the Takashinga were not able to get a wicket. But they kept soldiering on. Yes, the score they ended up conceding is a mammoth 337 for 7. But they'll take heart from that wickets will come if you execute your plans. And that's gone up and over and all the way for a 6. Oh, that's Roy Kaya. He's in the mood today. And just like that, Partnership has moved to 98 of 71. Current run rate and required run rate are still around the same, 6.78 to 6.75. Brandon James, what can you do here to arrest this? A really good delivery, and got to say maturity, as his age would suggest, from Roy Kahia. Could have kept trying to go, but has realized he's picked himself 11 runs, or the team rather has picked itself 11 runs off this over. Of course, should a ball that can be dispatched come, you go for it. He is going to be needed as we go deeper into this match. And at the end of the 17th over is 1-1-3 for 2. Just a quick update from the other centres. Old Georgians 329 all out from 49.2 overs. Bahori Cricket Club are 20 after 3. And then Gladiators made 318 from 46.2 overs. Rainbow are 68 for 2. Alex Cricket Club 267, the only team to make sub 300 total today. And Takashinga 2 are 44 for 4. And that's across town at Takashinga Cricket Club. We're here at Old Georgians. Jason Maritz is pulled into square leg, but there's just not enough pace, so it's fielded and they run for 2. And that's just going to be key here. Looks as if the spinners are just that little bit more difficult to get away. But let's see what Takashinga has got in store. Can only defend that one. Partnership of those 2 that were run is now 100 of 76. Oh, that was a huge heave from Takashinga Munikamu. Gets no contact from that. Misses everything. That has been a really good over so far from Jason Maritz. He's going 5 runs. He's conceded 1 ball left in the second over. And so 2 overs has gone for 5 runs. He's pulled it back quite a bit because the required run rate has gone up close to 7. And current run rate is 6.39. Required has gone to 6.97. Just the change in the overs. 2 overs ago. 2 overs is some change. Takashinga 1 were ahead of the curve. Now just a little bit behind, but not too behind. Brandon James continues. And he's pulled. Is that a chance for a catch? No, it isn't. Well placed by Roy Kahia. That's another boundary. He's got 9 4s and 5 6s in an innings. Just sort of looks as if they've decided to target Brandon James. Maybe show an initial little bit of respect to Jason Maritz until they figured out what to do with him. Might be worth a shout, maybe on the other end, to have a spinner. Nyangani is out there. It might cause a little bit of trouble. Looks as if Roy Kaya really loves it coming onto the bat. And that just goes through the fielders at backward point. And third man just bisects them, so that's 2 4s already. I was talking about that run rate. The four-limb collapse just begin at the end of the last over. It's now creeping up. It's getting closer to the required rate. And that's all it takes. This is going to be a seesaw of a match. A misfield means they run through for a single. So they've got 9 off the over. So you've got 9 runs in your pocket. Maybe from a calculation point of view, you might want to get another 2 or 3, another 4 runs to compensate for the next over. But again, if you're Rangers, you've got to believe in your processes. That's what you have to do. And going at 7 and over is really difficult in the best of circumstances. So at some point, expect them to make mistakes, and you've induced them already to not so much false shots, but a couple of dropped catches. It means you've got to keep believing your ability to keep creating chances. But another chance will come. What's important now is to break this partnership. Because if it goes for another 10 overs and they're close to that 200 mark, then we could have a different game on our hands. Okay, about the same. The 20th over. If you look at it, Takashinga won just maybe a little bit ahead of the curve. At the end of the 19th over is 125 for 2, just 10, well, not just, but 10 runs off that over. So, sort of think about it that way. Takashinga 2, Takashinga 1, I beg your pardon. We're on roughly 125. Or rather, Rangers are 125 at the end of the 20th over. So they're around the mark, keeping up with it. And it's just been pulled, but straight to the fielder. Lofted delivery. I like his variations. Jason Merritt. Like all spinners, tends to get through his overs very, very quickly. And what that means is doesn't give the field inside time to settle. The batting side, I beg your pardon. Doesn't give them time to settle at all. And 1 ball left in the over. There's 2 balls left in the over. But again,
Roy
Jason
just
Merritt
sits back for everything. So
going at
try
under
and miss
2.5 over.
right.
Just about
That's his game.
2.47. Still to concede a boundary. And that goes over the top, but it's straight at the fielder. Okay, we'll be 4 runs from the over, but rather be 3 runs from the over. But that pulls it back again, which means it's incumbent upon Takashinga 1 to then target the bowler on the other end. But maybe what you want to do is change what the other bowler on the other end does. Because as it stands, they're almost going at a formula. Jason Merritt's a bit difficult on the one end. And then now they've changed it up quite a bit. Quite a lot actually. Brad Evans brings himself back on to try and break this partnership. And if there's anyone who's known as a partnership breaker, I've seen him do it on international cricket. It'll be him. And that's out. Is that it's got to be taken? Yes, it is. That's what he brought himself on to do. That's exactly the job that Brad Evans brought himself on for. And a partnership of 113 finally comes to an end. Tinashe Kamunukamwe goes out for 40 of 57 balls. The score is 128 for 3. Coming in now is Timison Maruma. Brad Evans brings himself back on, picks up the wicket of Tinashe Kamunukamwe, laboured in the middle from 40 or 57. And once again, the equation changes ever so slightly. Required run rate goes over 7. And most importantly, you've got a new batter out there. Although it is Timison Maruma, whom we know can hit them big. You have to deal with the might of Brad Evans. It's all about breaking that partnership. It looked like if it carried on with the way it was going, could have been a bother for Rangers. And that's just turned round the corner. Roy Kaya comes into face. He's on 77 of 53. It's a really good delivery. Just a leg by so far for the runs column. It's marshalled by Takashinga one captain, Kaya. Just like that. Is that a little bit of a pressure does coming back? That's pulled well, but fielding is good. So just the one leg bye to come off that, and the big wicket of Tinashi Kamunukame. So at the end of the 21st over, it's 129 for 3. Sent down, and the question is going to be what to do with Jason Merritt. Say it over and over again. They have to figure out what to do with him. Certainly not that. So around about this time, I think, that the run rate Rangers slowed down for a couple of overs. He's over the top. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. Guess Roy Kaya has figured out that that's one way of dealing with it. Moves into his 80s. Double stepping him. Interesting to see what Jason Merritt employs right now. And it pulls it on the ground. And that we've picked up a deep mid wicket. Let's go 5 runs off him. It took 3.2 overs for the first boundary to be scored off the bowling of. Oh, that's a beautiful hit, isn't it? That has gone all the way to the boundary. Timothy Maruma getting in on the action. Talking about a little bit earlier about solving the equation that is Jason Merritt's the job of a bowler and a batter, or is about finding solutions. And they seem to have quickly figured this out. These are wily old customers, this pair that's out there, Timothy Maruma and Roy Kaya, both with international experience. And also winners of first-class competitions. At the end of the 22nd over, with 10 runs off that over, it's 139 for 3. Brad Evans continues. First ball is short and is pulled by. It is pulled by Roy Kaia all the way to the boundary. And Roy Kaia moved to 86. It's 14 away from what would be a well-deserved century. But even as that, the side have got a long way to go. 195 runs still needed of 167 balls. 166 balls now. Seems as if there's a call for something. There's a figure out. Kaya looking for some attention. Change of gloves, not sure what it is. But as I do that, just going to give you an update on what's happening in the other centres. Good cricket being played all around. Old Georgians are made 329 of 49 for 9.2, while Water Cricket Club are now 50 without loss after 6.4 overs. Gladiators made 318 off their 46.2 overs, and Rainbow Cricket Club are currently 21.2 overs, and Alex Cricket Club 260 for 7. Impressive last week when they beat Takashinga 1. They're playing Takashinga 2 right now, and Takashinga 2 are 67 for 5. So while Roy Kaya gets some more attention, we're just going to take a quick break. Roy has gotten his attention and looks fine. It's 143 for 3. Brad Evans still bowling. It's the first ball since he came back. It's going to be a dot ball. Another defensive shot from Roy Kaya. Whatever the case may be, we've got ourselves an intriguing match here. That's the rigors of 50 over cricket, all sorts of little matches within the match. Another good delivery from Brad Evans after getting hit for 4 in the first ball. He's now brought it back quite well. He's made himself difficult to hit, or generally is difficult to hit. So last ball of the over. And that's hit into the ground by Roy Kaya, but fielded well. That's Gali. So at the end of the 23rd over, just 4 runs off that. Score is 143 for 3. And 195 needed of 162. His current run rate has gone up to 7.22. Current run rate is 6.22. Nice lofted delivery, and that is going to be 2 runs. Switching around the players on the boundary. Maruma facing that. Looks like he's got an appetite for hitting the ball. That's just a single off that. But it looks as if they've figured out what to do with Jason Maritz after earlier on not quite having their finger on the pulse as to how they could keep making runs against him. Kaya certainly prefers the pace. Not to say he hasn't scored any runs off Jason Maritz, but he does prefer the pace. Double steps him, but that looks like it's just going to go for a single.
Oh, yeah.
147 for 3. That's where we find ourselves now. And that's just gently paddled around the corner. Reverse sweep, but this is going to be a single. Just seen a lot of use of the reverse sweep in recent years by Zimbabwean players. A big exponent of that is, of course, Andy Flower, but in recent times you've even seen Tadiwanashe Marimane using it at the T20 World Cup. One of those attempted a one-handed squash-like shot. But that's the end of the over. They're 6 runs off it. 149 for 3. Van Sale comes back into the attack. It's been very good, economical. 11 runs off his 4 overs. He had an economy of 2.75. And that's over the top. Is that a chance for a catch? Oh, and that is dropped once again. And the score goes over 150. Roy Kaya moves into his 90s. He's gotten on to 92. I get the feeling Kaya has decided to have a go here. Mind you, he's decided that quite a bit ago. Remember that explosive over when he hit Alistair Frost all over the park. 4 4s and 2 6s in a single over. So very good comeback from Luke van Sale. Yeah, you get the feeling he wants to be there as close to the end as possible. That said, it's been dropped, which meant that the chances that could have been taken and wouldn't still be here. 92 of 71 so far. Now of 72. Oh, attempted hit of that, but a bit too wide for the umpire's liking, so you will have to reload that, will Luke van Sale. I said a little bit earlier, might want to take care of that aspect of the game where he gives away a few more extras than he probably should, but so far he hasn't been punished for them, so he's able to pick himself up from an aberration and do well, just like what happened now. Lovely slower ball delivery. Yes, he's conceded a wide, but he's compensated by making sure that he doesn't get dispatched. That's the end of that over. 154 for 3. 184 needed off 151. Equation isn't difficult. It's about keeping yourself in the game in terms of runs made. And that's where it's going to be crucial. And also, at least one of these two has to be there right at the end. He's taken 2 wickets off Uhuru Cricket Club. They're now 57 for 2. Rainbow are 3 wickets down on 108 for 3. And Takashinga 2, not having the best of times, 70 for 6. Chasing 261. Oh, that is an absolutely huge hit. That is gone, gone, gone for all money. Smoked it. It looks as if Timison Maruma has decided that he wants to turn on his afterburners as well. A good start to the over already. And then, what does Jason Maritz do here? Pulls it back just a bit. Let's allow him to get under it. Jason Maritz now just getting a bit of advice from his captain, Brad Evans. And he's going to go bowling from over the wicket. Gone a little bit tighter now. good comeback, the next 2 balls after getting smoked out. Mind you, not so much anything wrong with the first ball. It was just a double step that changes everything, and that has just gone over the keeper. You can see he's trying to sweep that one, but not quite. It's going to be leg buys. So even if he'd caught, if the keeper had caught that, it wasn't not going to be out because the catch would have been invalid. $161 for 3. Oh, doesn't quite get to the pitch of the delivery as much as he'd have liked Roy Kaia. And so that's just going to be a single to close out the over, which got 8 runs for Takashinga 1. And they're now 162 for 3, then 176 of 144. Got an intriguing match here. One of 2 things may happen. Could have a chase for the ages, or secondly, could be a collapse. Could get into a final overplay. All sorts of things are on the table right now. Takashinga 1. I've still got 7 batters in the shed. So Roy Kaia faces Luke van Zyl. And that sends it over. A switch hit, and that makes it all the way to the boundary. First ball of the over once again goes to the boundary, just like in the previous 2 overs. But the question is, what does Luke van Zyl do from here? Let's see what he does from here. Primarily because he's done so well before. Roy Kaia 1 hit away from a century. Roy Kaia moves to 98. And brings on Timothy Maruma onto strike. 5 runs off the first 2 balls. Good way to start, but the required run rate is 7.23, so still need to scratch around for another 3 runs from the last 4 balls. And Luke van Zyl has been a difficult player to get away from for the most today. Oh, that just gently went over the stumps. Maruma judging that well. Luke van Zyl has been one of the most impressive youngsters we've seen today. Certainly he's got a good arm. A lot of moving around in terms of the field placements. Interesting. Put in heavy, and that's gone up in the air. Here's a chance. Taken. And that's the big wicket of Timothy Maruma. Mistimes that one, and Luke van Zyl gets his first wicket today. And Takashinga 1 And now 4 down for 167. So that wicket means now we have Takashinga Makoni out in the middle. Lufansel was looking, it's really good for his wicket. It's been bowled very tight lines and lengths. What will Takashinga Makoni do facing his first delivery against Lufansel? And I have to say, in the last couple of overs, the Rangers have wrested back some control. Not as it is a big shout. There's more an inquiry than anything else. A good over once again from Lufansel. Got a good match here at Old Georgians Sports Club. Jason Moritz continues in the attack, 6 off, 31 runs off his 6 overs so far. Not quite. Roy Kaya, remember, he's on 98. Desperately wants that century. That goes through the fielder. Very poor. And that brings up the century for Roy Kahia. A well-fought century. And all around applaud him. His 100 coming off 81 balls. A really good performance. He knows his team has only just started. Still 169 of 135 needed. But it can take time to celebrate. The skipper from Takashinga 1. Skipper at Southern Rocks. Double steps him. That was a difficult chance for Jason Moritz. Did well to try to get to it, but he was absolutely flying. It's going to be a single. This was picked up at the boundary. 170 for 4. 2 more balls left in this over. It was just gone for 3 runs only. So very good over from Jason Moritz. Takashinga. Oh, that is a beautiful delivery. Takashinga did not know what to do with that ball. Just watch it. Looks as if he's being a bit tentative, Takashinga. Still yet to get off the mark. It's 170 for 4 after 28 overs. Luke Van Sale comes back. It's been really a great revelation today. He's got 1 wicket. Conceded 21 runs in his 6 overs. It's 3.5. They can only defend that. Roy. You're gonna have to unlock him. Much the way that have been able to do with the other batters. Can find a way to score off him. Can't afford to just let him have overs that got 3 or 4 runs in them. Double steps in. See, chasing a score of 338. If you're the bowling side, you're not going to mind this. Because it really does nothing to bother you. Takashinga Msekio. Takashinga Makoni, I beg your pardon. Now facing the first left-handed batter we've seen from this Takashinga side today. He's going to get going. Being out there and surviving does his team no favors. Here's a boy capable of hitting them big, but he's got to do it. These are the moments that if you're a youngster, you want to be brought into the high pressure moments. Moments where you prove yourself as a cricketer. And the game awareness has to be about attacking. Dead batting required strike rate is almost 8. Current run rate is dipped below 6 for the first time since the 7th over. You need to have a different way of playing. The end of the 29th over, it's 171 for 4. Jason Maritz. And comes back into the attack. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Roy Kaya, unless Takashinga Makone finds a different way to play rather than just be sort of out there. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Roy Kaya to try and go for the big hits. Try to break this down to small little bites. They still got 20 overs, 166 from 125. Can be done. The question is, how do you go about it? Can't allow the bowlers to have you around or be around you like a boa constrictor, or if you're in Africa, a python. The dot balls will hurt the Takashinga innings. What can you say? Bowling very well to instructions. Look for Sale and Jason Maritz. That current required run rate is now crept over 8. Every delivery from now on jumps up remarkably. And just the 1 run so far. Still the 1 run, 1 ball to go. And the search for a boundary is on. The last time was a boundary was at 26.1 overs. And about 29.4 overs. Still, we haven't had a boundary. That's a big shout. No interest whatsoever from the umpire. Umpire indicates that it was going down leg. And that's the end of the 38th over. 172 for 4. Look for Sal continues. Ownership is 5 of 19 balls. The stage of the innings, wanted the other way around, 19 of 5 balls. Good follow through to get some fielding off his own bowling. But it is 103 of 87 that Roy Kaya is on. And Takashinga Makone has faced 11 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark. That's going to hurt their chances. I did say he's put pressure on. Oh, that is dropped. Oh. And that's what told. It was the pressure that told on Roy, the pressure that's been put on Roy Kaya. That's what the pressure did. Forced him into a false shot. And Brad Evans drops a catch that he'll be disappointed not to hold on to. And That's going to be the story of the Rangers innings. Even if they win this, Gary Brent will be talking about the number of drop catches, and as a person who is very particular about his fielding exploits and as far as teams is coached, he'll be disappointed by that. That doesn't really do anything. But I did say it is that dropped catch that was created, that chance is created by the fact that there have been no runs coming from the other end. So Roy Kaia, who's been playing with a clear mind all the other time, and that's a good shot. That's a beautiful shot from Takashinga Makoni, setting himself up for that one. He's a big hitter, that one. I did say a little bit earlier, he's got a reputation as a young player, as a big hitter. That was a huge hit. And his captain will be relieved. And as we search for ball for that, because that one's disappeared and gone for all money. Just looking at Old Georgians, 329 all out of 49.2 overs. For Hore Cricket Club, 88.2, 88 for 2 or 14.2. Main Gladiators, 318 off 46.2 overs. And Rainbow chasing a 139 for 4. Alice Cricket Club, 260 for 7 from their 50 overs. And Takashinga 2, 110 for 6. And while the search for the ball is going on, we're just going to take a quick break. Okay, so after a hard search, we're able to retrieve the ball. HMCA having deposited that out and had to send a whole search party to find the ball. One of the biggest sixes we've seen today. Didn't really put much power into it. He timed it really well and disappeared. That one has some shape to it. So 7 runs off that over. And 79 for 4. 19 overs left. The equation is simple. 159 needed in 114 balls. So Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association First League. Yeah, at Old Georgians. Where Takashinga won after chase the score of 338 after having chosen to have a bowl in the morning after winning the toss. Oh, that is just been scythed. No chance of trying to stop that. Roy Kaia. And that is just been clubbed, if you want to call it. There's no chance either long on or long off. We're going to get to that. Oh, is in trouble, and is walking. Roy Kaia stumped, wanted to give this a really heave-ho and go, but he's got to go a valiant attempt by the captain. Set his team up well now, but he's gone for 108. And a much deserved wicket from Jason Moritz. And 1 for 39 is on after 8.2 overs. But Takashinga won, find themselves 183 for 5 after 31.2 overs. And so the departure of Roy Kaia sees Brian Majoka coming in. $183 for 5. And the big and important thing that you have if your Rangers is 2 new batters at the crease. And both when we get in there, need to get going right from the get-go, because the required run rate is now 8.3. A very difficult set of circumstances they find themselves in. And Brian Majoka starts with real intention. And that goes all the way to the boundary. Didn't even give himself time to have a look. Simply pulled him off the first delivery. So does. So maybe still in the tie, and he tries to go once again, but it falls into a vacant area after a top edge. See the intent from Brian Majoka here. He's going to hit everything that comes at him. No dead batting or anything like that. He's just going to smash everything, isn't he? More cautious approach from Takashinga Makoni. But we saw from the previous delivery, or previous over, when Lukman Sale was bowling, that he's got that ability to suddenly switch it on and give us a big six. There's 9 runs off this over. It's what they needed. But the question is, how long can they sustain 9 runs and over? It's the end of the 32nd over. It's 188 for 5. Brahma Joker flashes at that one, misses it. Dane Shadingov collects. Brandon James back in the attack. Very keen to see what the plan is here from Brahma Joker. So just going to try and hit everything. Does some wrist work, trying to get off the strike, but he is positive in his approach. That's what you want. It's a good return from Jason Moritz, by the way. And more cautious. That was a chance. Nice chance, maybe. To see from the reaction, you still have a feeling that there was a chance for a run out there. But safe as houses. Just punched down. He's come back quite well as Brandon James. The first couple of overs is going over 7. Took quite a bit of punishments, particularly from Roy Kaya. Certainly will be crucial to getting his side over the line, and so will Takashinga Makoni. Is there a chance there? Just the one run in the over, one ball to go. Swing and a miss, and that's the end of the over. Very good over for Rangers, and just the one run off it. And suddenly the required rate goes to 8.76, and the score is 189 for 5. They need 149 off 102 balls. Jason Moritz continues, and really good return. And 10 overs, 47 runs conceded, and finishes off with another tidy over, just 3 runs off it. Required run rate up to 9.3. That is now a very difficult one. If they're going to go in and get anywhere close to that required run rate, or to get over the line, they're going to have to start going aggressively at the moment. And Old Hararians are being chased down by, not really being chased down, but Uhuru are 112 for 4 after 19.5 overs, chasing 329. Gladiators have got Rainbow at 170 for 5, chasing 319. Takashinga 2 are now 134 for 6, chasing 261. They've got 20 overs left in that match. Back this side, and that's going to be wide. Need to have a go. This could be party night for Rangers. Looks like a no ball. So it's a free hit. Doesn't get punished for it. It's a good delivery. I haven't quite seen the same aggression Brian Majoka came in and really seduced us with that first one that went. First ball went for 4. I think he was willing to attack and pull, but now seems to have been bogged down. It's really tight bowling here. That's over the bowler, and a straight shot. It goes all the way for 4. Just as I talked about him and his attacking instincts, Brian Majoka pulls one out. Bowler had no chance there, and generally you don't have a fielder right behind unless it's someone from the West Indies. Generally never have a fielder directly behind the bowler. Not even allowed to, really. It's getting inside of the batter. So the intent there, go straight at the fielder. It's going to be a single. So we're about to get to 200 for Takashinga. Tell me that Rangers got to 200 after 33.3 overs, so they just a curve behind. And then there was the Manasseh Chupara factor toward in the second power play. That's going to be wide. A bit untidy over from Brandon James. 7 runs conceded off. It's still below the 9.16 required, but still got a ball, one more ball in this over. And that's going to be questions asked. And then he's got to go. A really good catch from Dane Shadendorf. Sees the end of Takashinga Makone, I beg your pardon. And is caught behind. And Brandon James gets his first wicket. And, a laborious over. And it's Takashinga won a 199 for 6. Coming in now is Privileged Chesa. Did well with the ball in the morning. It was expensive in his first 2 overs, but then put it back and returned figures of 3 for 59, which in the context of a total of 357 is a 337 is a decent return. An important breakthrough there for Brendan James, especially for his confidence as well. Well, Jason Merritt's haven't bowled out his 10 overs. Now we see the first sighting. Gonna keep spin on the end. Jason Merritt was bowling. You're going to see Tadiwa Nashinyangani. Very tricky customer. Left arm unorthodox spinner. Brian Majoka is going to face him. That's driven straight to cover. Attempts to pull that one. Not the direction he wanted to, so he's going to single there. And Privileged Chesa faces his first delivery today. As the 200 comes up, I said before that Rangers got to their 200 after 33.3 overs. It's a full 2 overs, almost 2 overs faster. Did Rangers. Then Takashinga won. And that's it on the up. It's in the air. And it's going to have 1 bounce and get saved, it seems. And that's going to be just 2. Privileged Chesa has specific intentions. He's not hanging about. He's not trying to get his eye in. See what he does this time. Much better delivery. Harder to dig out. And that's it on the up once again. Won't get to the boundary. Certainly can see what Privileged Chesa is thinking about here. His game plan is simple. He's going to try and get to the boundary. Try and hit big. 1 ball left in the over. Just 4 runs. And at the end of the 36th over, it is 203 for 6. conservative approach there. Because Brad Evans is the sort of player that we tried to dispatch first ball. Swing and a miss. It's a really good delivery. I'm saying right now that Knights of Rangers have taken complete control of this match. It's just a full shot, but didn't go anywhere. It's 204 for 6. It's been a good day out. Old Georgians facility. Oh, what a lovely delivery that was. And he's bowled. Okay. Didn't look as if there was any real elation over taking that wicket until we saw the celebration. And Brad Evans gets his 3rd wicket, or I beg your pardon, his 4th wicket. Getting the wicket of Brian Majoka. Not out. And as I say, there's now complete control of this match. You have to feel by Rangers, who have paced themselves well. There was that period. And when you're playing cricket, you're told there's going to be that period, a very difficult period, in which wickets will just not fall. All we just wait for is to then make sure that you take the chances when they come. There will talk about, as Rangers, that a lot of dropped catches could have been done with this match a while ago, but if you really want to make a name for yourself, make sure that you take care, or rather you take care of the minimums. Rangers, of course, crowned the 45 over champions in the NPL last year. Very good delivery there from Brad Evans to end that over. A very successful over, just 1 run off it and a wicket. Trevor Mzamba coming in for Brian Joker was bowled, and the score is now 204 for 7. Takashinga continues. This match is coming to its natural conclusion, if I want to call it that. The Rangers have had a domination over Takashinga 1 of late in the league, as well as the NPL, from the T20s, as well as the 45 over. So this is set to continue. And just turns it round. But now, probably a case of making sure you bat as deep as you can if you're Takashinga 1. I've got to say, the manpower you have out there, not known for their hitting per se, but they want to make a name for themselves, get some runs on board. You also want to take care of that net run rate, and that's a huge hit just as soon as I say not known for their big hitting. Privileged Chesa says, wait a minute, I've got this. It's going for a 6. It's an absolutely massive hit. Oh, you did see he was trying to shape up to try and smash that. A different delivery, a much fuller delivery, so he couldn't get under it. Much better. He gets into his head with that second delivery. Yes, he hit me over for a 6, but if you want to do it again, you have to do it differently. And it does. It's in the air. It's a biggie. It's an absolutely monster hit from Privilege Chesa. That is second 6 of the over. And that over has really put some afterburners on this innings. 14 runs off it, 218 for 7. Brad Evans has been the most difficult, of course. There's bowler out there for Rangers, 218 for 7. Trevor Mzamba, just 1 off 3 so far. Brad Evans into his 9th over. He's got 2 maidens, 4 wickets to his name. He's now got 10 balls to get himself a 5-er. Oh wow, that was Jaffa, beautiful, just absolutely gorgeous delivery. And it all ends up. for the over. Zamba out there, generally trying to survive this over. Really good deliveries coming from Brad Evans. Slower delivery. He's only able to gently nudge it. There's only two overs that have been made in. Just needs one more ball to make it 3 maiden overs, which is a remarkable return from Brad Evans, especially against crosstown rivals. Another maiden over from Brad Evans, 3 of them a class apart. It's been today. At the end of that over, the score is now still 218 for 7, with 11 overs to go. Quad run rate 10.91. Just going to give you the updates from the other matches happening across the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association network. We have a result. One result that is Gladiators have just beaten Rainbow by 126 runs. 318 they made, Gladiators, for 46.2 overs. And then Rainbow rolled out for 192 or 43.5 overs. So we have a result. And that is a huge hit once again. Privileged chaser. He's decided he's going to do some stat padding, if you want to call it that. If he's not going to win this match, he's going to get some runs out there. All the way. An absolute monster of a hit. Some advice being given to Takashinga, Jason Moritz. What does he do now? Because previous chaser does definitely like him. And that's another one. And it's gone for another 6. And that is an absolutely huge hit. Privileged chaser. Some really good hitting at the moment. So much action in this one. Giving you the other matches at the end of this over. Privileged chaser is giving us a show here. And it's taken him. That's a sharp catch. Trevor Mzamba has to go. And, that's a really brilliant caught and bowl effort by Jared Basson. The opener did very well this morning. And he's taken the wicket of Trevor Mzamba. He decided put a little bit of aggression into his batting. And as he does that, he's got to go. And suddenly he's 245 for 8. And with that, checking around the city in other matches. And we've got a second result for you. Because another match has just been completed. Alex Cricket Club have just beaten Takashinga to 78 runs. 280 for 7, 260 for 7 did Alex Cricket Club make. And Takashinga 2 bowled out for 182, including a 6 for 34 from Machungu. Tamaunze, 97 runs, agonizingly short of a century. I'd say a little bit earlier, Gladiators winning by 126 runs, beating Rainbow 318, and Old Rainbow out for 192. In now is Menashe Chipara. Had a difficult morning with the ball. It's already now ready to try and do something with the bat. Required run rate 10.82. Not impossible. It's just down to that section. What is an attempt at a huge hit? You can see Privileged Chesa. He wants to get going. He doesn't want to stick around. He just wants to get going. It's almost an attitude of go hard or go home. And go hard he does. Has he got enough on that? Yes, he does. And that's another 6. And it moves to 49. He's got 6 sixes in this innings already. Fancy the spinners, doesn't he? It's just 1 run away from a half century. An explosive one. Oh, that was a really good delivery there from Jared Bassett. And that over had a wicket in it. And, after 42 overs, it is 252 for 8. Look for Sale, very impressive today. Comes in for his 8th over. Just 22 runs, 3.14. Certainly exciting talent. Right, it's now 10.98. Still in the power play, so Menashe Chipara should look at opening up his levers, accessing what's out there over the top. It's one thing, of course, to say it and another thing to do it. And that's a huge hit. That is an absolutely massive hit from Menashe Chipara. Must have heard me speak. attempts to have a go at that once again. Doesn't quite get to it. That is a really good, tasty delivery. Just gets over the stumps. Just the one ball left in this over. Just the 1-6 to come off it. And if you're look for sale, you'll be like, yeah, it's a good job. 11.16 required. $259 for 8, 7 overs to go. It's been a good day out, as I say. It's got 7 overs to go. 79 runs, just 11.29 required. I say just. Jared Basson is going to continue. He's facing Manasseh Chipara. Meanwhile, on the other end, this chest are biting at the bits, chomping at the bits because he wants that half century. He needs 1 run for that 1 half century. Just banking on Manasseh Chipara. He'll stick around, also make runs. And he gets on his knee and a slog sweep, and Privileged Chaser comes into and runs over to the strike. 260 for 8. Tries to reach out, but that's going to be quarter wide. Really clever from Jared Basson, because he's noticed Privileged Chaser does fancy the offside, so not going to give it. And that one, Privileged Chaser might feel he missed out there. It was in the zone. It was a full toss. And it's hit that one. And there's a chance. But that's gone over, and that's his half century. Privileged Chaser, 55 off just 23 deliveries. He's done very well for himself. It's a big hit there. If he wants to keep in line with the required rate, you'll have to get the next ball to disappear as well. 7 6s, 2 4s, Privileged Chaser. And he sends another one. Has he got enough? Yes, he does. So suddenly, in this over, having collected 14 runs, the required rate is still 10.83. They still should fancy the Rangers to take this home. But they're going to have to find a way to try and arrest or to curb the enthusiasm of Privileged Chess. I was moved to 61 of 25. 65 runs needed in 36 balls. It's 10.83 per over. And the captain has bowled himself out, but he's still got Luke Van Sale, who has been really good. He's got 1 wicket for 29 from his 8 overs. And he's going to be the one who has to be miserly. He's got to have an over that's probably 3 or 4 runs here, and then make it just that more difficult for Takashinga 1. On the other hand, Takashinga 1, if they can get the final over of the power play, if they can get another 12 from this, and that's just guided down to third man. Good little over here from Luke Van Sale. Only conceded 4 in his 3 in his first 3 deliveries. If he can keep it even just down to 6 runs conceded, that will be a good day out. Privileged Chessa has been dealing with spin with absolute disdain. See what he does with pace. So as it stands, this won't be hurting Rangers. The required rate goes up to 11.44. This partnership is 32 off 20. 61 needed off the last 32 balls. And it goes on one knee and absolutely smokes that. Munashe Chipara is keeping us at the edge of our seats here. And suddenly they go into the 280s. 283 for 8. And getting on one knee against really good bowler and Luke Van Sale. And sending it over the fence. He's got to close out this over. It's 10 runs off it. And what does he do here? It was a really good delivery. But 10 runs is close to that 11 that we're talking about getting required. And so, at the end of the 45th over, Takashinga need 55 from 30. It's an easy equation. 11 runs and over gets them there. But also for the Rangers, just 2 wickets to go. So it is all very exciting here. And Old Georgians have got Uhuru Cricket Club against the wall, 174 for 8, chasing 330. They need 156 in 105. Very unlikely. That's up in the air. That's a chance. And that's taken. And that will be the wicket they wanted. That will be the wicket they wanted. Privileged chaser had been sending it over and over against the spin. But one shot too many, you might think. The field was out. And he gets caught out. A cow corner caught by Brad Evans. Runs in. Made a mistake a little bit earlier, but not this time. But well played, 62 of 27. And it's got to be curtains now. Down to the final wicket. I did say the equation was simple for Takashinga 1. 11 and over. But ultimately, it takes one ball to remove a player. Getting to the end of this match. Denzel Gwanzura, the last bowler, last batter, I beg your pardon. .83 for 9. It's Denzel Gwanzura. Ambles along. Jerry Bassi, after getting hit for quite a bit by privileged chasers, has the last laugh. His side is about to win this match, make it 2 out of 2. That will be a big one. And as I said a little bit earlier, to continue their dominance over Takashinga 1.
Let's go, Jared, please. How's that for time out? Save.
Much defensive shot. ball is good, quarter wide.
Can't wait to see your figures.
And that's been it. And it's caught on the boundary. And that is the end. That is curtains. And with that, the result will be called, it seems. Yes, it is. The players are shaking. Brad Evans not making a mistake on the boundary. Takashinga one, bowled out for 285, lose by 52 runs. Now we won the toss earlier this morning. The Rangers were put in and they made 337 for 7. And that was largely due to that opening partnership of 133 between Jared Basson and Jaden Shadidov. Shadidov making 85 and Basson making 64. But the standout scorer with 102 or 58 was Alistair Frost in that total. Amongst the bowlers for Takashinga 1, 3 for 59 from Privileged Chesa, 3 for 63 from Trevor Zamba, and 1 for 61 from Denzel Gwanzara among the wicket takers. But there was miserly bowling from Ronak Patel with 0 for 31 from his 7, going at 4.43, and Captain Roy Kaia going at 0 for 49 from his 10. In response, it was Roy Kaia show making 108, and the next best batter was the lightning fast fireworks 62 of 28 from Privileged Chesa, then opener Tinashe Kamlukane making 40 or 57, but there was very little precious else. Brad Evans leading from the front, the captain taking 4 for 29. Very impressive. Luke Van Sale 1 for 38 from his 9 overs. Then 1 for 39 from Brandon James, and 1 for 47 from Jason Maurice. Also got a 3 for 23 from Jared Basson. So that's how it ended in this particular match. And just to tell you about the other match that we have still ongoing, and while we're doing that, I'm going to give you the fixtures we have for tomorrow, because we have a full day of action tomorrow. It's back-to-back action in the Harare Metropolitan Cricket Association League. All 4 matches being streamed. You have access to them wherever you go, on the go. Remember to go to hmca.live, that's the website. Rangers versus Alexandra, then there's a cricket club. Old Hararians versus Takashinga 2, Gladiators versus Takashinga 1, and Rainbow